name is Adeshola Ajibare, and I am very delighted to be your host. However, I won't be doing this alone. With me, I have Yusuf. He'll be joining us on stage shortly. Please put your hands together for yourselves again. So we're going to make this a little interesting. If you were at the first edition of this summit, can I see your hands? Anybody? Hi, I saw you first. Is it okay if you come up stage? Real quick. I mean, you could just come here. You're shy? Please come up stage. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for him. Encourage him as he comes. Keep putting your hands together. Have you had breakfast? Why? Who said? Okay, so you just let us know what your name is real quick, and what the event was like for you last year. What was your experience? How did that go?
My name is Jude Chinwoku. The event last year was awesome, though I enjoyed it because I learned so much about security, even things I did not know about, because they presented very well, and I was so happy being there. So that was why I decided to come here to learn more. The event that day, since they teach much, focused on security, and I'm so happy to learn more, so that I came here again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I mean, if we had the time, I'm sure we'd be able to take testimonials from more people, 2 more people. I think we should do 1 more person, and this time it should be a lady for gender equality / balance, right?
Yes, that would be nice.
Can we have a lady? If you were here last year for the first edition, anybody, somebody, a lady?
A lady?
Please come, thank you. Put your hands together for her, please. As she makes the walk down the aisle.
Okay, I was there. I think it was the one we did at the zone last year. Yes, okay, I was there and I really learned a lot, and that's why I decided. I'm actually coming from Benin Republic, so I decided to come back again for this.
Wow.
Fantastic. You know, I was going to say that we have some people that are in here who traveled from far and wide, and she has just ascertained that. Please put your hands together for her again, and for every other person that came in from South Africa, from the UK, everywhere, even those in Lagos, Nigeria. We appreciate you. It's great to have you here. Those from Oyo State, I know some people came in from Ogun State. Put your hands together for yourselves. The mere fact that you're here is amazing. It's amazing. Thank you so much.
Yeah. So, thank you so much, everyone. My name is Yusuf, and thank you for coming. Thank you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. You're welcome again to the second edition of AWS Community Day, West Africa. In the spirit of patriotism and to officially begin this event, may we request that we all rise to our feet for the national anthem, please.
May we have the national anthem?
DJ, please.
Amazing. Please put your hands together for yourselves and have your seat. Like I mentioned earlier, the last edition of this security part of the AWS Community Day was an interesting one. And I mean, of course, we heard testimonials from somebody who came in from, where now? But fantastic, you guys are listening. Please put your hands together for yourselves. Thank you. So for today, the theme of this year's Community Day is Innovation and Security in the Cloud, Navigating the Future. Now, this theme highlights the importance of balancing innovation with security in the fast-evolving world of cloud computing.
Yes, so this event will feature topics such as cloud security best practices, emerging threats, compliance, identity and access management, security automation, cloud-native security solutions. And we have speakers from all over the world, including AWS experts, security professionals, thought leaders who have experience in both security and innovation in the cloud. It's going to be a power pack, trust me, and it's going to be very interactive as well. So we have panel sessions, and we have conversations, and we have networking opportunities to help you learn from each other and build your skills and knowledge. We could not have done this by ourselves, of course. So we want to use this opportunity to appreciate our sponsors, being the AWS.
Please put your hands together for them. Thank you. I mean, this could not have been possible without our sponsors.
SIM IoT Solutions Limited, Tech for Charities, Charities Cloud Limited, Credit Wave Finance, Brainbox IT,
Keep putting your hands together. Thank you.
AWS Black Employee Network, Macintosh, and last but not the least, Hashem.
Thank you very much. Before we dive into the amazing experience we have for you today, it would be great to have some housekeeping rules so we know how we're running the event for a seamless flow. I'm just going to be running through that real quick. I know that everyone and single person here has a mobile device. It would be great to have your mobile device turned to silent mode. I mean, we don't need you to turn off your phones. However, it would not be great to have your phones ring during the course of this event. So please kindly take a second to put your phone on silent mode. Thank you very much. If you have to take calls for whatever reason, you could just take a moment, step out, take your calls, and then be right back into the hall. Thank you. Now, we have emergency exits on my left and on my right. If for any reason, we do not expect that any of such will happen, but if for any reason we have any form of fire outbreak or whatnot, please kindly make use of the emergency exits on the left and the right. Also, we have, to my left on the extreme, there's an exit there that takes you to the convenience. So if you need to use the ladies or the gents, please make sure to go this way. There would be a hall manager or a volunteer there to direct you accordingly. Thank you. Now, interestingly, I was talking about your mobile devices earlier. We want you to do something. We want you to post across all of your social media platforms. This is going to be a power-packed session. We need you to take selfies, as the case may be, get to meet with the next person beside you. I think we should actually start with that. Please, can we all take our phones? Can we, selfie mode? Selfie mode. Snapchat for the ladies. I know we ladies, we like Snapchat. So can everybody indulge me? Can we have our phones? And we would be taking a selfie. You're taking a selfie with somebody you haven't met before. Yeah. Yeah. Or if you're just sitting beside somebody, you could take that as well. So I am going to be taking a selfie with my co-host, and thank you. And we're going to be using hashtags for the event. Thank you very much. The hashtag for today's event is hashtag AWS User Groups West Africa and hashtag AWS Community Day. So what I need you to do is take a selfie and let us know that I am live at AWS Community Day West Africa 2.0 or 2.0 or 2023 as the case may be. So we're going to take 1 minute to do that right away. Are we ready? Oh my God. Are we ready? Are we ready? We will not start this session without it. Are we ready?
Yes.
Thank you very much. So we are going to echo this together. AWS Community Day, West Africa 2023. Thank you very much. Hi. Okay, I think this is better. All right. So, are we ready? Once again, I'm taking my selfie now, and I think you should do the same. AWS 2023 Community Day, West Africa. And I'm live here with my co-host, Yusuf. Thank you very much, everyone. Put your hands together for yourselves.
Put your hands together, please.
All right, continuing on the housekeeping rules, please kindly note that we are not allowed to eat in the hall. We're not allowed to eat or drink in the hall. If you have to take a bottle of water, please do well to step out. And when it's time for lunch, we have designated areas for you where the hall managers and the volunteers would be walking you through. So you would just, in an orderly fashion, we would step out and you would be directed to where we'd be having lunch. Thank you so much. Thank you. Please also note that smoking is not allowed in the hall. Kindly note that you are not allowed to smoke in the hall. Thank you very much. Now, please, we are dealing security now, right? Even if we're dealing security in the cloud, we also have to be conscious of our environment. Please, if you have to step out for whatever reason, ensure that you let the person beside you know so that he or she looks after your bags, your belongings, and make sure that anything that is very precious or crucial, please kindly note that you should go along with that for lack of stories that touch. Thank you. Also, make sure that you network with people. This is a fantastic opportunity to meet people, network, get to know what people do. You're in the cloud space or you're in any other space, you're in the tech world generally. Connect, share, contact, start to build your own community from here as well. Thank you very much. And finally, make sure that you are very attentive. We're going to have quizzes that people would be taking awards home. There are lots of prizes to be won, AWS credits. We also have a grand prize of a laptop, a brand new laptop. I think the community deserves a round of applause. Please put your hands together. Thank you. Thank you for your cooperation in adhering to the housekeeping rules. Let's make this event memorable for each of us. And without further ado, we officially kick off the AWS Community Day West Africa 2023. Thank you.
So thank you, Dishula, for giving us the housekeeping rules. So to proceed with the event, today we have our very first keynote speaker all the way from South Africa in person of the spectacular Tembele Ndinovu.
Now, Tembele is the AWS Community Manager for Africa and Middle East. I'm sure that some of us here know who Tembele is. Under the Developers Relations team, Tembele supports builders who are students, developers, IT pros, DevOps engineers, data engineers, architects, and data scientists from across the AWS Community Program as they develop and grow their technical skills and network. She engages builders at scale, inspiring innovation and driving long-term advocacy within the community. Today, she would be treating the topic, Empowering Africa's Digital Transformation, Unleashing the Potential of AWS. Put your hands together for Tembele. Thank you very much, Tembele. It's great to have you join us.
Oh, wow. Thank you. Thank you for the warm welcome. It's been such an interesting morning engaging with everyone today. I came in early and had a great opportunity to meet the community. And I'm happy to also have met new members that will be joining the community as well following today. So thank you, thank you, thank you. As mentioned, my name is Tembi Lendlovu. I am the AWS Community Manager for Africa and Middle East. I have the pleasure to work with an amazing audience of people. And I've been fortunate to be in the tech space for the past 8 to 9 years. And I've had the opportunity to work with graduates, with students in universities, with SMMEs, African SMMEs, and enterprises through skilling enablement. And now I have the pleasure of working with the community. And we'll unpack what that looks like. So the team gave me an amazing topic of digital transformation. And when we look at digital transformation, it's important for us to first unpack what that means, to first understand what is digital transformation. Digital transformation looks at how, as an organization, are we changing the way that we run our businesses, and changing the way that we're running our businesses to be able to deliver better value for our customers and serve our customers' needs better. It involves us going beyond just digitization. So yes, we want to automate. Yes, we want to. Hello? There you go, I'm back. Yes, we want to create new processes and new tools. But it's important for us to not look at digitization in isolation, in terms of us just moving from on paper or physical to now digital platforms. But it requires us to do a holistic change. And that happens throughout all the aspects of our businesses. What that means is that there's an element of cultural change that needs to happen within the organizations that we're existing in. And that means that we are taking the process of change in steps. We are introducing what change we're bringing into our organizations. We are facilitating the journey with our people, with our employees. So if you're an employer and you're sitting here, you want to know that you want to take your people through the process of changing, because no one wants to be ambushed. I don't know about you, but a couple of weeks or last month, I used the Bird app, and suddenly I couldn't find it on my phone. It had changed. It was now a black X, and I didn't know what had happened. And I felt quite ambushed in this experience because I slept and I had the Bird app. I woke up and there's this X that is sending me messages and I do not know what's happening. So we want to be able to facilitate the change and take people through the journey so that they are well prepared for the change that is coming in their organizations and in their departments. With that said, it also requires our leaders to take leadership direction and actually guide the people in this process. So it's important that as leaders, you're not just passing through the change, but you are also going through the steps with your teams to also enable and equip them for the change. Now, what that means is that as organizations and as business owners and startup owners, it's important for us to go through this process, but also ensure that we are going through the complete process. And you're probably sitting here and going, why? Why do I need to digitize my organization? Why do I need to transform my organization? And I'll tell you why. It's because it allows us as organizations to compete. Recently, we had a pandemic, and the organizations that survived that pandemic were the organizations that were ready to operate online when things shut down, when the value chains stopped supplying. They were able to continue and compete. It allows you to stay ahead of the curve as well. We know how fast technology is always adapting and changing. So it's important that we're able to stay ahead of the curve. And to do that, we need to ensure that our organizations have gone through the digital transformation. On a day-to-day basis, it also helps to increase productivity of your employees. Instead of them focusing on the day-to-day tasks, those can be sent to AI, done by AI and automated, and individuals can actually focus on the creativity and the problem solving that is required in their roles. It also helps to improve the customer experience. I don't know how many of you have banking on your phones. I don't know when was the last time I went into a bank physically. Can I get a show of hand? Do you use your phones to bank? Right? And that is what we're talking about, being able to easily access solutions that you would otherwise go in person to be able to access. Also, it reduces the operational costs of your organization. So if you are sitting and you're looking at your budget as a business owner and you're trying to see, where can I save costs? A solution could be, how do I automate some of the processes that are taking from my cost and my revenue? Now, AWS has a few tools that can help you. So if you're sitting here and you're like, I need to go and work on my digital transformation strategy, I encourage you to check out the AWS Cloud Adoption Framework, because it will really help you to understand what transformation looks like for your organization, because it is unique to each and every business and each and every industry. And I also advise you to check out the digital transformation checklist, because you're going to be able, as you go through the process, as much as it's a holistic journey, it takes departments and departments to change in the change management process. So it's not an overnight thing, it's a journey. And you're going to be able to go through that checklist as a business owner to see how can you transform your business. Now, as Africa, we have a unique opportunity for innovation. And there are challenges that we have. We're not going to ignore that. But I want to talk about what our unique opportunities are. The tech startups in Africa are growing at a rapid pace. And what they're going to allow us to do is they will enable us to leapfrog economic development for our countries and for our continent. When we look at the tech industry, it is the fastest growing in Africa because of these startups. And with increase in startups, there's increase in funding as well. And when we look at the footprint of where the funding is going in the different regions that we have, when we look at North Africa, Egypt. When we looked at East Africa, Kenya. Southern Africa, South Africa. West Africa, where is it? Where is it? Exactly. So we have a unique opportunity here in Nigeria, because this is where most of the startups are coming up. And that is what the data is saying. We can see the growth that is happening in startups. And if you see the blue, that is West Africa. And majority of it is dominated within Nigeria. So as we are developing these startups, and these are startups that are changing lives. These are startups that are helping us bank better. These are startups that are helping us be more productive, because we're able to get electricity. We're able to save on electricity and get power supply. We're able to work on our infrastructure as well. These are the tech startups that aren't just making money, but they're fundamentally impacting on individual lives and our businesses as well. So this is an opportunity that we have. So if you're thinking, I want to start a business, I don't know where, it's in tech as a startup. And there is funding that is coming, and you are in the right country and in the right continent to be able to do that. Just to give you some stats as well, we have some challenges, right? We're not going to overlook the challenges that we have. We know that we have poverty. We know that there's a huge rate of unemployment. What we're also seeing is that 70% of the startups lack access to talent and lack capital. Now, the capital I get, the talent I don't get, because I'm looking at talent. So where are you applying? Where are you applying? because this is something that I actually want to call back to us to say there are tech startups that are starting, but they need talent. So it means as Africans, we're not applying to the tech startups that we are starting. So it's very important that as we are graduating, we start looking at tech startups as a potential opportunity for us to gain employment. And then we branch out as well, that's fine. But it is important that we are ensuring that the tech startups that are looking for the talent that we have, that I know exists in this room, are able to find the talent here. Because it would be a shame for them to find talent elsewhere. Now, the capital is a different conversation, and it answers in the next point is that most of the investors that are investing in tech startups in Africa are actually not from Africa. So only 29% of them are in Africa, which means we are not supporting our own, right? And this is something that we also need to think about what tech startups are we starting? Where are we getting the talent from? We're in Unilag. There is a pool of talent. And how do we get funders to see value in the startups that are being started so that they can fund here in country, here at home? And then as a female, we don't have enough female-founded startups. So ladies, let's start tech startups. And the thing is, we have an opportunity. We have an opportunity to fill that gap. So we want to see more ladies in tech. We want to see ladies being able to advance in their careers as well. So it's so important that we are seeing the opportunities. It's a challenge, but I always see these challenges as opportunities because there's so much space for us to grow. That 27 and 29% can go on the other side of the spectrum. Now, as much as investors are seeing potential in Africa, AWS is seeing potential in Africa, and AWS has solidified the investment to invest in Africa, invest in students, graduates, startups, enterprises through multiple initiatives. So I just want to touch briefly about some of the initiatives that AWS has started in the region, in the continent, for you to be able to see as soon as it comes up. And that one's not on me. All right. Perfect. So I am so happy to announce, and the timing is perfect. Just on Wednesday, AWS launched the first skills center on the continent, and it's the first skills center that is outside of the US. Please, please, I love it. Clap hands. And it is one of 3 skills centers across the world. So this skills center was launched in Cape Town in South Africa on Wednesday. And what this means is that this is confirmation and an investment in the skills that we have in Africa. This skills center will service Africa. Students, anyone, whether you're not a student, whether you're employed and you're an employee, but you are looking to gain skills on cloud, on AWS, you will be able to take courses within the Skills Center. And obviously in person, but also virtual as well. So you can sign up to the AWS Skills Center and be able to participate with thousands of other learners that will be engaging and gaining content. We have the AWS Restart program. This is a 12-week program that helps you to relaunch your career. So if you are in a different industry and you're like, I actually want to move to tech, the Restart program is an opportunity for you to do that. Whether you don't have technical background, whether you were unemployed and you're trying to get skills, there are numerous local partners that have partnered with AWS to do this across the continent. Then there's the AWS training and certification programs that are available on a weekly and a monthly basis where you can consume skills and training, but also get certified as well. And I know how important certification is. So you want to be able to have an opportunity to get certified, but also use the trainings that are available with a training facilitator to deliver those for you. And then lastly, we spoke a bit on startups. This year, the Startup Laughs for African Startups was launched. And this is also an opportunity. If you're saying, I was thinking of starting a startup, now there's an accelerator program that will equip you with resources and training that will help you move your business forward. Now, I wouldn't be a community manager if I don't talk about the role of community, right? So it is so important that you understand when we talk about AWS Community, what is it? Now, AWS Community brings together, sorry, I'm clicking the wrong direction, brings together all audiences throughout our programs. These are audiences that are data analysts, engineers, they are architects. Whatever your job role is, we consider you a builder because you are building on AWS platforms. And it brings together all these audiences from different industries, from different spaces, to have conversations and have dialogues about AWS solutions, about AWS platforms. And it also enables you to have an environment where you can upskill and get hands-on skills as well. I always say, and I love this proverb, that if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go further, go together. And what this means is that when you're part of a community, you're able to say, I'm struggling with this. I don't know why I cannot crack this code. And someone goes, oh, you're just missing a, and then you're good to go. So the community enables you to have those conversations where you can come with your problems, bring them to the table, and actually have a conversation and have others that will help you to be able to grow. It also enables you to expand your network. I have been here today and I've expanded my network already. So I don't know about you, but I hope you're doing the same, because this is a space that facilitates you to be able to collaborate with individuals that you might not meet in your day-to-day job, but you'd be able to meet them in a forum and in a space like this. And it helps you to also support you locally and regionally, so that we're able to compete globally as well. And it will drive your awareness of AWS and possibly your adoption of AWS, because ultimately we want to be the preferred cloud platform for you. So you might be using multiple cloud platforms, but you're also using AWS and you understand it and you're able to adopt AWS as well. And that just to highlight the programs that we have our Heroes program, and I'm so happy to meet and have met individuals that are in these programs today. Our Heroes, our community builders, our user group leaders, and our user group members, which is who most of you are today, and our Cloud Clubs as well. Cloud Club captains and Cloud Club members, just to give you a footprint of where we are in Africa in these programs. And of course, I'll allow our team to elaborate more on how you can participate. We have 5 heroes across the continent, over 300 community builders, 26 user group leaders, and user groups rather, 12 Cloud Club captains. And when we look at our membership footprint, we have over 25,000 individuals that are engaging on the continent with AWS through our programs. And I want you to understand, because you are part of those numbers, and those numbers are growing every day. I'm sure today we've doubled those numbers as well. So it's so important for us to continue to see how we can learn more about AWS as we engage. And in closing, I have a surprise. My colleagues were not able to join today, but they asked to just share a video to inspire you. So we spoke about the Black Employee Network, and they are one of the sponsors. They are colleagues of mine, and they are Nigerian, living abroad in diasporas. They really wanted to be here, and this is how they've chosen to participate. And I'll ask the team to Amazing.
Hi guys, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. I know you're in Lagos, Nigeria. We are all the way in the United States of America. My name is Adebimpe Daniels. You can call me Beams. I'm one of the board members of the Nigerian at Amazon, Black Employee Network, Nigerian Affinity Group at Amazon, and I'm here with my fellow engagement group members. I'll let them introduce themselves. But first of all, about me, I am a solutions architect at Amazon, and I've been here for over 5 years. In my role, I help companies design technical strategies and build on AWS. I help them with migration. I help them with AI ML workload, help them design all these innovative products. And it has been the best work of my life. However, this is not how my journey started. I was formerly a senior software developer with a healthcare company, and I had to come here to AWS to, start as an internship, not I mean sorry, apprenticeship program for 8 months where I was trained about how to use AWS. Even though I had a computer science background from Rutgers University here in the United States of America. So AWS is pretty cool to learn. It's challenging, but if you're dedicated, I am passionate about building, the next frontiers, building the next solutions that the world needs. This will really get you started, and it's really fulfilling for me and for many people that have been working here. So it's really nice, seeing all of you gather to get together today to learn more about AWS and how to broaden your skill. I'll pass it on to Wendy, who is another member of our board.
Hi guys, thanks for the introduction, Bims. My name is Wendy, but since I'm talking to my fellow Nigerian people, Yewande Jabita. I've been at Amazon for 3 years and 7 months now, so going on 4 years. I'm very happy to be here to talk to you guys and to continue to encourage you guys to build on your AWS skills. For me, my journey is actually quite colorful. That's what I tell myself. I had no technical background after I graduated college. I graduated college actually with a biology degree. And I pretty much like taught myself everything I know about technology today. So I got my foot in the door by working for an IT managed services company when I started, and I pretty much wore all hats when I was there. So anything that had to do with managed services, project management was my responsibility. And while I was in that role, I learned about AWS and migrating workloads to AWS. So after that, I actually got my foot in the door by joining AWS itself as a ProServe consultant. So working with customers on migrating their workloads to AWS. And currently, I work with AWS partners on building integrations with AWS services. So that's just a little in Nigeria, and to learn more about the user groups in Lagos. Oh, yeah,
You're back.
we have internet
Thanks.
connection problems here too,
In
guys.
America. It's
Thank you very
refreshing to
much.
see that from outside. Go ahead, Adeleke. The
Hi.
popular Adeleke that has been working with you guys all these years is really good to put it into the face. Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone. Adeleke Adegbugbe here. So glad to be here and so glad to be able to make this introduction and have you guys put a face to my name. I'm a senior solutions architect here at AWS. I work in the telco IBU, so basically the telco vertical, servicing our telco customers as a solution architect. I work across board from telco cloud to migrations to AI ML, basically making sure that I make custom fit the digital innovation solutions for my customers. My journey here has lasted for about 2.5 years now. And how did I get here? I started out with a background in computer engineering, worked in the telco space for a long time, for about 10 years. And practically speaking, I got involved in the cloud through my knowledge of cloud native technologies, things like Kubernetes, cloud security, when workloads in the telecommunication industry were moving towards the cloud, more like the private cloud. and I decided to pivot into AWS. The best thing I would say about AWS is I came in here without so much knowledge about the public cloud, about AWS, but I was able to learn a lot on the job. And my key experience outside of AWS also proved valuable. So as you're going through this journey, I would always encourage you to always apply whatever skill you have outside of AWS is always going to be helpful, even as you upskill yourself in the cloud technologies. So excited with the security day. I'm very keen on what we say here at AWS that security is job zero or is the highest priority in our product. So more than excited to that you are taking this seriously and you guys are embarking on a journey in cloud security. Cheers.
Thanks, Adeleke. So as you guys can see, through our journeys, no 2 or 3 journeys are alike. And it doesn't matter where you are in your cloud journey. So first of all, cloud is here and is here to stay. Cloud is not the future, this is the future. And you really have to be strategic around moving to the cloud. And it doesn't mean that whatever you know or whatever you have learned it needs to get out of the door. It just means you have to pivot and repurpose what you know. You know, if you already have a background training on a computer or even not at all, you know, this is the time for you to learn. And AWS has a lot of skills, resources available for people to learn, even like free of charge. We have one of the programs that we have is called Restart. I know they offer the program in Lagos and Benin. And please, you know, take advantage of that. I don't know the details around that, but whatever opportunity you can leverage, please do. AWS being in Nigeria slightly over a year now, it's not a mistake. It's actually because there's something valuable in our country that they are there, you know, to explore the opportunities. And that opportunities only come if there is talent for them to fill spaces with. There is, of course, economic opportunity, but what about the talent opportunity? And since AWS or the cloud is not taught in universities in Nigeria, to the best of my knowledge, this would be the time to really be resourceful and take advantage of all this, the user group, you know, the training, the resources being shared. And we are here to be leveraged, you know, as AWS employee in the United States to be leveraged in terms of getting resources, you know, helping to get speakers and having people, you know, extend, you know, mentorship across the continent to really help people to get up and start building. Because we know we've got it. We are Nigerians. We are resilient. We are intelligent. We are brilliant, and there's no stopping us. This is about time, and it's not just about learning AWS, by the way. It's not about learning about the cloud or whatever. It is about building innovative product. It's about doing something that has never been done before. It is about replicating whatever has been done in the West, in the United States, in Canada, in the UK, in Asia, in our own continent. You know, there are so many things to be done in AI, ML, generative AI. There are so many ways that AWS allow you to really build and test concept that no one has ever thought of. So please don't just see this as another, you know, skill set or another a job that I can get. See this as a huge opportunity for you to really prove yourself and put yourself on that global map and say, this is what I've got, and I can use my brain, and again, like I said, there are so many resources that you can leverage from AWS, you know, to really help you to get started and get moving. Please make the best use of this opportunity. We love you. We're really grateful you're doing this because you make us proud from here, just like we make you proud from here because we represent you here, you know. So we're happy to be working with.
Amazing. Thank you so much. And thank you for giving them an opportunity to participate in this day with you. So I'm looking at the talent today. Enjoy the rest of the community day, and let's learn and let's network.
Thank you so much, Temile. Please give her a round of applause again. That was a very, very interesting presentation, and you can hear for yourself today. I mean, from skill centers to restart programs, certification opportunities, and then enabling ecosystem for startups. I mean, the sky is just a start. So please give her a round of applause again. So we'll be moving on to the next key keynote speaker. We'll be talking about the state of the community, and I'll be introducing David, Okeyode, and Imo Etuk. Please give them a round of applause as they come on stage. So David Okeyode is an EMEA Cloud Tech CTO at Palo Alto Networks. David is a cloud security consultant, helping companies secure their public cloud environment and containerize workloads. He holds 11 professional certifications across AWS and Azure platforms, including Azure Security Engineer and AWS Security Specialist certifications. I mean, give him a round of applause, please. He has also authored two cloud computing courses for the popular cybersecurity training platform, Cyber. So Cyber is another platform that we can, take note of and learn from. Imo Etuk is our great Sir Imo is an experienced solutions architect, DevOps, and cloud security professional with a focus on multi-cloud. He is an AWS community builder and a user group leader. Yes, he's a great leader. He currently works as a senior pre-sales engineer at IT Horizons Nigeria Limited, where he is responsible for designing cloud compute solutions for customers. He has delivered several technical sessions at virtual and in-person tech conferences and meetups across various communities. He has also collaborated with other community leaders to host free community-led tech conferences and webinars, just like this one. Please give both of them a round of applause again. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the lovely introduction. So we'll have the slides. So Imo and myself will be talking on the state of the community. So we'll give some information on what's been going on in the community and some of the data that we pulled up recently. If we can have the session 0B slides, please. Okay. Okay, here we go. We can go to the next one. Okay, so I will let Imo talk about the agenda for what we're going to be doing today, and then we'll get into it.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us. So I and David, just as said, we have agenda on the screen, and we're looking at the AWS community across West Africa. And we're also going to look at who we are as an AWS Cloud Security User Group West Africa, and also going to look at the leadership structure that has made us successful. We're going to discuss our growth so far over the years, at least 1 year now. And we're also going to look at diverse community involvement, and also look at career advancement and outlook, and then you are going to stay in the know. Thank you.
And we'll try to run through this as quickly as possible. Can go to the next one. Okay, so because this is an AWS West Africa event, so we thought we'd give you sort of like a background of the different communities that we have across West Africa. So West Africa, we have about 16 countries. So but as at today, we have 7 registered AWS user groups. And it's massive if you look at the growth over the years. So we have about 10,000 members in total across 6 African countries. So I think that deserves a round of applause. That's a massive growth if you think about it. If you're interested in joining any of the user groups, so there is a link at the top of that slide that will take you to a list of all the user groups in West Africa and how to be a part of the user groups. So we can go to the next one, sir. The one in front. No, that's going back. There we go. Okay. So the other thing is around like what we've been doing like this year. So across all the different 7 user groups in West Africa, we've had about 41 events organized so far this year. And it's really interesting to see the connection between community activity and community engagement and the growth of the community. So about 41 events, about more than half of that has been powered by user groups in Nigeria. So we've been really busy and getting busy doing amazing work. Simon, anything you want to add to that?
I will add that we would not have been here without your support as the user group members. So we need or your support in case we are like 1 year old now this month, and we have grown so well because of your support, and we need to more. So that
Awesome, thanks. So you can go to the next slide. Okay, so hopefully everyone here is familiar with the AWS Community Builder program. This slide helps to understand what that looks like from a West African perspective, right? So as at today, we have about, I believe, 123 AWS community builders across West Africa. So, and you can see that there's sort of like a disparity between the number of community builders that we have in Nigeria and compared to like the other West African countries. Personally, it's not something that I'm proud of, because what that means to me is that we have a lot of work to do in terms of reaching out to our brothers and sisters across West Africa and helping them to set up communities that can help them to grow their careers. Any comment on this slide, Simon?
yeah, I would say that if you look at the screen, we have majorly from Nigeria, and that shows that we have this zero to learn, and a lot of people, we love young people who are here, that's always there, always ready to learn. So that requires us as the leaders to do more in order to support you through your journey.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And it's amazing also to see the number of new community builders that's coming out of the user group. Can go to the next one. Okay, so this also helps you to understand in terms of how the growth has been over the years. So at 2020, we only have 4 user groups in the entire West Africa. 2021, we added 13 more AWS community builders. 2022 was the big year because we had 80 more community builders across West Africa. And you can see that's broken down by country below there. And then 2023 so far, we have 27 new AWS community builders. Now, that number does not yet include the new AWS community builders that were just recently announced, probably like a week ago.
Yeah.
So that number will be added later.
Yeah. So moving on, we go to the next slide.
So this is now looking at that from an overall African perspective. So if you have a look at the entire Africa and you break that down in terms of the community builder, Nigeria is still leading in terms of our 111 community builders, so followed by Egypt and followed by Kenya. So actually we did a calculation around that, and a combination of the top 3 countries accounted for about 82% of the entire AWS community builders in Africa.
Yeah.
And finally, so this is a breakdown by category. So helping us to understand what categories are people really going into being an AWS community builder. Machine learning still being the top category. So closely followed by container technologies and followed by storage. Security and identity, which is our user group. You know, if you're very interested in becoming an AWS community builder in security and identity category, you have an expert here. So he's been an AWS security and identity
so
leader for a long time. Yes. So yeah, I think we'll go to the next one.
So then I will be talking about who we are, what we stand for, and all that. So it is no longer news that we are here to empower about. Okay, we were founded in 2022, July, to be precise, and we're moving on, be focusing on holding regular meetups in order to empower young people who are interested in security and InfoSec solution and all that. So our vision is about by 2025, we hope to empower over 5,000 security engineers. It's not all just security. We're trying to diversify as long as we can. We try to enter into even the solution architect aspect, the developers and all that. So our aim is by 2025, we should be able to empower 5,000 people, young people.
And that's a
aspect.
massive goal. That's a massive goal. Right?
So we have a lot of work to do. Yeah. Okay, we move on. So how do we move? What has made us to be successful? Then one of the core foundational kind of success route is the leadership structure that we adopted as a user group. Because we looking at, we don't want it to be a one-man show. So that's why we diversify, we structure it into different structures. And we have the core leadership team, and we also have the co-organizers and the volunteers. If you look at this event wouldn't have been successful without the volunteers. and other co-organizers as well.
Yep.
So look at the diagram there. All of us will be servicing the user group members. So everybody, including the AWS, are servicing the user group members. So our aim is to empower you with the right skill that you need to excel in your career.
Yeah, and to add to what
so David?
Simon mentioned earlier, so in terms of one of the core pillars of the community, diversity is a very big one. So in the core leadership group, it's made up of 6 members, 3 males, 3 females. We want to ensure that we have all the perspective that is necessary to make the right decision in terms of driving and moving the community forward. And you see an equal makeup in the co-organizers team also.
Okay, yeah. So moving on, how do we grow the community and engage the user group member? So we go through by holding virtual meetup sections, study series. We usually run it for a like 3-month period, engaging and teaching people. In fact, through the virtual study series, you got to learn premium stuff for free. Stuff you're supposed to have paid maybe money, and we teach you for free through that virtual section. And we also have certification study series. This series is actually designed to empower you and prepare you for the certification exam you want to write. And we have recorded huge number, at least from January till now, we recorded a high volume of certified individual. We've recorded about 50 individual within the cloud user group. So we also have study and win a prize, because we understand that how about if you acquire all the skills and not hands-on experience. So our study and win a prize series covers the main where we share vouchers, where we share credit vouchers, and even share even exam vouchers as well. The credit vouchers is to enable you to build on AWS and to be able to get your hands dirty and be able to demonstrate what you learned theoretically in practical. So we have the physical meetups, just like we usually, physical meetup is usually maybe a subgroup. It might not be as large as the large conference as this. It could be a subgroup of individual, up to 50 participants. We gather, meet up, and just share ideas, share real life scenario, what we have done and built. So we also have yearly conference, which is this. Say hi to yourself that you made it to this place. So this is one of it, yearly conference, and there will be one next year. So to learn more about the startup community, you can go to the link below to learn more. So Mr. David, you have something to add to that?
Yeah, so I just wanted to say a big thank you to our supplier of vouchers, AWS certification, and AWS credit. Tambile, thanks very much for the amazing support. A lot of people have been certified, just taking advantage of the free certification vouchers that we give out during this study service.
Okay. So now growth. How do we grow it? We have grown so big that within a space of 1 year, we've been able to have over within the AWS Cloud User Group, Security User Group, we have been able to at least have over 2,600 and something people. This data was captured as at 15th of August. I believe today must have increased. So we, do you have anything on that?
Oh, no.
Okay. So now by breaking down the data, you can see the growth is virtually from July 16, we have high number of people joining our user group, new members, and that boils down to July 30. We have a large number of people, and within the period that we are organizing this event, we have had several new members joining us. So any comment on that?
Yeah,
do you have anyone?
Not from
Okay, so we move on to the YouTube. In our YouTube channel, we have had 4,000 plus all-time views over the years. So we are expecting to gain more, to engage more with content that are good, and in order to increase the number in the coming days. So moving on, our LinkedIn profile, which was created about a year ago in August. So we've been able to grow the followers to about 900 and something, and we also have, in case we are saying, oh, this is just an AWS group and it's focusing on people who have background in the computer science or that, no, it is not like that. You can come from anywhere. You're a business development or a developer. Maybe your background might not be science at all. We all had that a fantastic background, a kind of story shared by our band members. Most of them transitioned from non-IT background, and today they are now with the AWS. So you too can do that. So we are targeting engineers, ranging from engineers to even other professionals. So that is what we do. So now we move down to diverse community involvement. In case you are wondering where do you need to start, or how do we, if you ask yourself, are you a student, are you a graduate, are you undergraduate? So you can also get involved. It is not always, we are not restricting to people of certain group or certain discipline. So we look at solution architect as well. We cover developers, solution architect, and data scientists as well. Sysadmins, that is system administrators, and business professionals. Yeah. You can join us. So, Mr. David.
And that's one of the very important points to make. So this is a community where you can intermingle with actual practitioners. So if any of these roles looks interesting to you, we have actual practitioners that are working in these fields in the community that you can speak to, ask questions to, potentially even get mentoring from in terms of how you grow your career. So it's practitioner-led, and it's where, if you're interested in transitioning into one of these areas, you can actually meet people practicing in that area.
All right, because of our time, we'll be moving on. So employment or career advancement, you can get employment through this community by joining user group. Of course, this is where you get to meet people that ordinarily you wouldn't have had the opportunity to meet them for free. It can also help you to increase your network and build skills, because the essence of it is to help you to develop your skill and build it. Then you can also as well land yourself in an influential roles in AWS and other organizations.
And we have success stories around that. So Promise, who is one of the virtual moderators, hello Promise, if you're watching us. Promise. So Promise actually, when he went for his interview and they were speaking to him, he pulled up videos of him presenting at some of the user groups, and they were really impressed with that. And he got the job, and it's been,
so, okay. So now Outlook, can you talk about that?
So in terms of Outlook, in terms of what's coming, so right after this event, if you're interested in participating, we'll have another upcoming study service that we're going to be holding. Hopefully we'll have more vouchers and certification, and AWS credit and certification vouchers to give out. So make sure you join the meetup group and look for when we start advertising the virtual study service again.
Okay, right. So now for you to stay informed, and you need to follow us online. That is where we post our updates on weekly, dailies, and all that. So thank you very much for your time.
Yeah, thanks very much.
Please put your hands together for Sir David and Sir Imo. Fantastic information and infographics they have shared with us. I mean, when I was listening to them, he talked about having about 41 events that has been organized. That's fantastic. I really think that's something worth applauding. Please put your hands together. Thank you. They also mentioned that across board, we have people in Nigeria, of course, the dominated part, Egypt, Kenya, Ghana. I mean, that's like the entirety of West Africa. I think that also deserves another round of applause. Thank you very much. Okay, before we proceed in this session, it is imperative that we notify you that we have not just our physical audience. We also have people watching us virtually from all over the world, globally. They are tuned in here, and we also have fantastic moderators on that end of the spectrum. I mean, the world has gone really digital. Technology has taken over, and they're able to experience every single thing that you are experiencing here today. I want us to just wave to our virtual audience. Can we have everyone in the hall wave to our virtual audience? Thank you very much. Thank you. It's great to have you all joining us from across board. And helping us with the moderation on that end, we have Tolu Adeleke. Please put your hands together for Tolu Adeleke. We have Promise Nwanchuku, we have Damian Robo, and we have Adeleke Adejulube. Please put your hands together for them. I mean, they're ensuring that our virtual audience are also a full-on part of this session. Thank you very much. Now, to move on with this session, we have some of our sponsors. We talked about that earlier. Our sponsors they've been fantastic. I mean, this would not have been possible without them. And we would be having some of their representatives come up stage to speak to us about the respective services that they offer. To get on with that, we have Hashim Limited, and they are one of the AWS training partners. And to walk us through what Hashim Limited does, we have Smart Olawale. Do we have Smart Olawale in the house? Where's Smart? Okay, all right. I want to believe he stepped out. For us to move on, we also have Macintosh Consulting. Macintosh Consulting is also a training partner for AWS. And we have Nii Adesonya. Nii Adesonya would be speaking to us regarding Macintosh Limited. Do we have Nii here? Hall managers, do we have Nii in the house? Okay, all right. So without further ado, not to delay us on this event, we would be going right into our first. Oh, hi, Smart. It's great to have you. Here you go.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Please jam your hands together for yourself. You can do better. You can do better. It's for yourself. Do better. Do better. All right. My name is Smart, and I work with Hashem Limited. I'm a marketing specialist. And today, I'm here to represent Hashem Academy. So let me start from Hashem Limited. We're an IT company for over 20 years now. And then we having an academy. The only reason for that is that we want to bridge the learning gap in the IT industry. So today, actually, we are here, to support AWS, and we want to thank AWS User Group for coming up with such an amazing event like this. We did a market study, and we realized that many businesses, they are trying to move from the old way of on-premise and moving into cloud. And the reason is because right now, you are at this event. During the week as well, people who are professionals, people who are already in the industry and practicing, there is need for them to be at different places in the quest for them to gain knowledge, in the quest for them to support the customers that they are serving, right? So also the new normal of the COVID pandemic also brought the awareness of the fact that we can't just stay at the office. This is a new world, and this is called the hybrid world, where we are not just working at the office, we are also working from anywhere and being able to access important resources at any time. Now, organizations who are moving into the cloud need professionals, tech professionals who can support them in the deployment and the support of all of these things. But it's so sad that we do not have people who can actually do this very well. So HR professionals are always searching. There are several, if you go to LinkedIn and you do searches, there are several job openings for people who have expertise in this area. And another thing we discovered is that 60% of most of these openings are related to what? Can you guess? Yeah, it's cloud already. Security, okay, you're coming up. They are related to something. What's the keyword? Sorry? Please. Say. It starts with A. Echo that word. AWS. 60% of these openings are related to AWS. And that's because of the flexibility, the scalability, the ease of use that come with AWS. So, from the Fortune 500 companies to the new startup at Ikeja, most of them are trying to adopt what? Now, they need experts. They need people who are trained to do these things. They need people who knows these things very well. So, we can say there is a job boom when it comes to cloud computing. And then if you are able to show yourself, to demonstrate capability and competence using AWS, you can tap into this benefit. And that is why we, as a partner of this event, we came up with an offering for just a few of you that are here. We did a 50% slash off our training. And then I'll just give you a run. It's just 2 of those training. AWS Cloud Practitioner and also AWS Solution Architect Training. We are giving a 50% discount on those courses. For the Cloud Practitioner, it is suitable for beginners, people who are just coming in. So whether you are in sales, whether you are in IT, whether you are in business development, so far that what you want to achieve is the fact that you want to get understanding, basic understanding of this course. You'll be getting that with that training. And if you want to go a step higher, definitely the Solution Architect training is for you. So we are giving a 50% discount on this training. And then you might ask that, what do I get when you train with Hashem Limited? Hashem Limited, our parent company. You will now be training under our sister company, Hashem Academy. You'll be gaining from the wealth of experience of professionals who have been in this game for over 20 years. You will have access to professionals who can hold you through the whole process. That's if you are starting as a beginner. And if you are already an expert already, I believe what you want is just the ease. I believe what you want is the competence. So we have all of that. So if you want to know about this training and if you'd like to register or you want to get any other advice on some of the things that I've discussed here, we have our stand outside. Please feel free to walk up to us. And we also have some swags, some souvenirs to share with you. Please feel free to come to our stand and I'll be willing to meet with you, with my team. Thank you very much. Please jam your hands together for yourself.
Thank you so much, Smart. Thank you. And I think we need to say thank you to Hashem Limited because, I mean, 50% scholarship, 50% discount on a course is not a joke. So I think they would deserve another round of applause. So just to reiterate, he mentioned that you have the opportunity to take these 2 courses at a 50% discount rate. That's the Cloud Practitioner program as well as the Solution Architect program. All right, thank you very much again, Smart. And thank you, Hashem Limited. Do we have Niyi Adesonya in the house now for Macintosh Consulting? Okay, so we'll just have him come on board afterwards. To proceed in this session, we have our very first speaker, our very first session, in person of Ewere Diadoya. He is the very first AWS community hero in Africa. Please put your hands together for him. He's going to be talking on the topic AWS, understanding AWS Lagos local zones and POP. This session will demonstrate on how to set up resources in the AWS local zone, the CDN POP that exists in Lagos, Nigeria. It would also cover how leveraging these solutions can help businesses meet compliance and other government regulations like Nigeria Data Protection Regulation. Now, Ewere started his career in tech in 2003. That's a long time ago. He started as a developer in PHP, Visual Basic, HTML, and CSS. He later switched to DevOps and cloud in 2015. He's a 2-time author of these books, Infrastructure Monitoring with Amazon Cloud Watch and Techtionary, which are both available on Amazon. So if you want to get any of these books, you can always get that on Amazon. He loves to talk about cloud computing, as we already know, DevOps and innovation around efficient software delivery, technologies, and processes. With a standing ovation, please can we welcome Ewere. Please put your hands together for him. clapping as it comes up stage. Keep clapping, keep clapping. Thank you very much.
Hello. Hello. I don't think I've seen this crowd since after COVID. Let's give ourselves a round of applause again. Okay. My name is Ewere, like she mentioned, Ewere Diagboya. Yeah, it's been a long journey, but I'm not here to talk about myself. I'm just here to talk about something exciting that happened a couple of months ago, which is, can I say, AWS really coming to Nigeria. When people say the cloud, the cloud, the cloud, please, it's not the sky. I literally have heard people ask me the question, where is this cloud? Please, if you are hearing about cloud for the first time, please, it's not in the sky. Please, you need to debunk that, okay? And for the first time, AWS is closest to us than they've ever been. So we need to give them a round of applause for that. This is going to be a game changer for us personally. It's going to be a game changer for businesses in Nigeria. It's going to change everything. How many of us here use Netflix? Do we know Netflix is hosted on AWS? So what I'm going to talk is going to connect with you very closely. Now I'm going to talk about two concepts that we don't talk about a lot, but they are very key to everyday life, everyday applications, everyday services. And I mentioned Netflix. Now, if you remember very clearly, Netflix was launched in the US for a couple of years, and after that, they launched globally. Okay? Now, that is almost an impossible feat to have before now. You cannot launch globally before now. But the cloud made that possible. And not just the cloud, there's a concept under the cloud we call edge computing. Okay? So that's what I'll be talking about today. So my topic is on POP, edge, and local zone. Now, first of all, who am I? I guess I'm already introduced, so I don't need to say more than that. I'm the first AWS community hero in Africa. I'm the author of 2 books, Dictionary and Amazon CloudWatch. One of the books will be giving out free today, 10 copies for everyone, for those who can get it. Okay. And then I have 8 years experience in DevOps and cloud computing, so cuts across deployments, migrations, a whole lot of. And then I'm also part of the AWS Nigeria User Group leadership. I'm also involved in other groups, okay, but I just decided to mention only that group. Okay. Now, let's talk about POP and edge. Edge computing is a concept where compute services and resources are stationed closer to users for speed and to save data transfer costs. Now, if you are very conversant with the cloud, one of the problems businesses have is data transfer costs. You open your AWS bill and you look at EC2. Okay. You look at all other services. You look at the cost they are running. You're like, and then you see something called data transfer, $1,000, and you're like, I've gotten the accounting team to come and meet me and say, Ewere, please explain this data transfer. What's this data transfer? And I'm like, every single service transfers it, and they're like, okay, how do we assign, what do we assign this to? And I'm like, you can't assign it to anything. So this data transfer cost has been a big problem for businesses every time, but it's almost an inevitable thing. So what businesses do is they just pay for it. Okay, now one of the things Edge does or Edge can do for you is that it saves you data transfer cost. What do I mean by edge computing? Basically, proximity. Now, I talked about Netflix launching globally. That was possible because of the edge locations and what we call point of presence Amazon has globally. And there's one in Lagos here. So it means that your Netflix movies are going to stream faster, cheaper. Okay? So that's one of the major goals of edge computing. It has a lot of applications. And I've also tried to list out the services in AWS that are edge oriented so you can connect more. We have Amazon CloudFront. I mean, this is It's one of my best services in AWS. You know why? It's one of the easiest services to use. So easy, but very powerful. And then you have AWS Lambda. For those of us who are in the serverless planet, okay? Serverless is a separate conversation on its own. And then you have AWS RoboMaker, and then the IoT services. There's so many IoT services. Now, IoT is Edge is very key to IoT. Why? You are trying to have the devices in your home to speak to each other. It doesn't make sense that when you try to turn off the AC from your phone, that request has to go back to Seattle in the United States, get validated to United States, and then come back to you in Lagos. It doesn't make any sense. Why don't you just have a server here, somewhere in Unilag here, that when you send that request, it goes straight to the server in Unilag and comes back to you? That's edge computing for you. It's about having, let me call it, mini data centers that are very close by. Very close. We have a lot in Lagos, but unfortunately, data centers are locations that you're not supposed to know. But I will expose one for everyone here. There's one in Ojota, okay? But I'll not tell you where in Ojota. I'm sorry. Because businesses don't expose it because of security reasons, okay? There's a whole lot that goes into setting up a data center and all that, but trust me, there are more in Lagos, but I just leaked out one. But you have to find out where in Ojota. That's all I can say. Okay, so POP, it means point of presence, okay? It's a local access point which gives users access to various AWS services. So, like I said, proximity. Okay. This guy. Okay. Now let's talk about local zone. We are still talking about proximity. Okay? Now AWS calls it local zone. What's a local zone? It's an extension of an AWS region in a geographical proximity to users. Now, local zones have their own connections to the internet and support direct connect so that resources created in a local zone can serve applications that require low latency. Now, for those of us who already know AWS, I'm sorry, my presentation is all about those who already have some basic knowledge. We know about what we call regions, availability zones. That's what we used to know. But now, AWS infrastructure is becoming more granular and becoming deeper. And that's one of the sections that the local zone falls into. It's a bit deeper than just regions. Regions are more, should I call them, you need to have multiple. If you check the AWS global infrastructure, you barely have any location that has just a single region. You need to have multiple regions. But now, local zones are like, should I call them, more affordable setups of regions, okay? If AWS says, okay, we want to get into this country, instead of planning for a whole region, okay, which is a larger data center with more services and more resources, we can get something small to start with and grow from there. That's exactly what a local zone is. That's the concept of a local zone. And we have one in Lagos. Now, this is gotten from the AWS website. So local zones are available in 33 metros globally. 16 in the US, 4 in Latin America, 5 across Asia, 6 in EMEA, and we can see our Lagos there highlighted. I highlighted Lagos. So we have Copenhagen, Hamburg, Helsinki, Lagos, Muscat, and Warsaw. So we can see that with the concept of local zones, the growth is becoming faster and easier. Okay? It's making it easier for AWS to get closer to us because it takes a lot to plan a region. It takes a lot to plan an availability zone. South Africa has been very lucky to get to what we are getting there. We'll beat them very soon at that. Okay. So, okay. I call this slide, why is it important? You know, it's talking about edge, local zone. How is this important to me? So first of all, companies can set up applications on the new local zone with delivery applications faster to the Nigerian market. Trust me, 95% of the applications on your phone, the servers are not hosted in Nigeria. It's part of the reasons your telco charges so much for data costs. Have you not asked yourself why you pay so much for data? Other countries don't pay so much for data. Trust me, they don't. Why? Because countries like Spain, countries like Ireland, AWS has very strong availability zones, as much as 3 in those regions. when it comes to internet costs, it's going to be cheaper for them because the applications you are using are right here in the same country. So the infrastructure you need to communicate and get feedback, the time is very short. Now, when you have a local zone in Nigeria, it means that your telco will look at it, okay, it's not costing much more because the number of hops we need to take to get the request and back is actually shorter. That will eventually reduce your data cost automatically. So it means that in the coming years, your data cost is going to drop. Why? Because most of the applications that are being hosted in this environment are closer to you. It means that your 2,000 naira for data might be giving you 20 gig very soon. That's the meaning. So you see how it connects back home. Yeah, we're actually getting there. That's the truth. The reason you are charged for more data, the reason it's expensive is because of the number of hops. You are using a WhatsApp. There is WhatsApp servers are not in Nigeria. They are in California, unfortunately. Facebook's data centers are not here. The closest you have is Ireland. That's still a very long distance. Okay? But trust me, data costs will drop. Institutions that need to maintain compliance and regulations can take advantage of AWS Cloud and still be compliant. Now, this is a very big controversial issue because apart from just working in the cloud, I also work with a lot of compliance, things like ISO, data protection, and all that. The first major issue you get when you are standing in front of a government official is, why are you using AWS? We have Main One. Main One is our product. Why are you using AWS? And they are like, you are already non-compliant. You are putting your data in a foreign man's data center. Meanwhile, our election data was hosted in AWS. I didn't say anything. Okay, so yeah, that's the irony. So this is going to solve the problem. Okay? And I had a conversation too with a government official in the fintech space, and they asked me, okay, where do you host your data? I said, AWS is in Nigeria. And the lady was like, how? They're in Lagos. Should I show you? She was like, no, don't worry. And then she asked her colleague, should we agree with them? And I'm like, I can prove it. And my demonstration will show it. So I was very confident. I said, let me see where this people will go to. They're like, we're looking at Main One. I said, sorry, we can't use Main One. Where I want to change a firewall rule, I wait for 1 week to send 200 emails. I said, I can't do that. And he was like, but, I said, sorry, there's no but. AWS is in Nigeria. I can give you a server in Nigeria with a Nigerian IP address. What else do you need? That's compliance you're looking for. No need to operate a local data center to meet compliance and regulatory requirements. Now, this one goes to a lot of other businesses like our banks and government institutions who usually have to set up their own data center. Now, this is in what we call in the cloud TCO, total cost of ownership. It didn't make sense. Like me personally, it didn't make sense to me before. If you tell me TCO, you don't have to. But now it does because data center is just over here. If I launch an instance in the console, I know that my server is in Lagos here. So I can go and tell a bank, I don't want to call any bank's name, sorry. Any commercial bank and say, you guys are wasting money hosting your data center. If you host your applications in AWS local zone, you meet all the regulatory requirements that the government wants you to meet and save more and do more. Because trust me, immediately you jump into AWS console and you're using local zone in the cloud, your eyes starts catching other things that you can do. For example, scalability. Remember what happened during the node scarcity? I personally switched to OPE. Why? Because OPE had a better infrastructure. And why? Because they were on the cloud. That's why. Because all the other banks are managing their own personal infrastructure, where to get one server takes 3 months, at least minimum. You have to make an order. You have to wait. They have to ship it. Let me not go political. I wanted to say something now. But they practically have to carry the servers over to the data center and connect. Something you can do closing your eyes in AWS. And before you open your eyes, you already have a server as much as 2 terabytes of RAM, not storage. Now, it enables hybrid scenarios quickly with some low latency implementation. So, one of the problems businesses that are on-premise have about the cloud is this cloud thing. How will it look like? We can't just move. Let's just wait. And that's where hybrid concept comes in. We can say, okay, you know what? Things like our website, things that are not business critical, let's move them over to this environment and see how they behave. So in that scenario, they have a hybrid architecture where they have some in the cloud, they have some on-premise. And that actually gives business decision makers time to decide and choose quickly, because they can see that, you know what, we've been running the website here for like a year or two. It's been running fine. Why don't we take business critical workloads over there? So that's another thing the local zone can also help. Okay, it's demo time. Demo time. Video. Can I go on?
Hello everyone. So in this video, I shall be talking about how to launch an EC2 instance in the AWS local region for Nigeria. So first things first, we need to move to the appropriate region where that is possible. So that's possible in the South Africa region in Cape Town. So I'm going to go over to the region selector and click on Africa. So before you launch the instance, you need to do two things. First of all, you need to enable local zone, and then second of all, you need to create a VPC, a subnet in a VPC that will attach to that local zone, and then you can launch the EC2 instance in that particular subnet. So first things first, let us go to EC2 and enable the local zone. So navigate over to EC2, and then we go to the local, we go and enable local zone under zones. So this is the EC2 console dashboard, and under the EC2 console dashboard you can see zones over here. I click on zones, and then we are going to enable it, but you can see here that this is already enabled. I have a video where this was enabled, where I explained how to enable it, but it's straightforward. You come to manage here and just enable. Okay, I can disable it, but it's already enabled, so that's done. It takes a couple of minutes for it to be enabled. Now that this is enabled, the next step for us is to create a subnet, and within that subnet we are going to create that particular zone where we can launch the instance. So we're going to go straight into VPC. So under services, we go to networking and VPC. So there are two options. You can create a fresh VPC, okay, if you want, total isolation, or you can use the existing VPC and just create a new subnet within that VPC. So if you go to subnets, I already have one subnet here created, okay, but we can create another one so that we can see how the subnet is created. So if I click on create subnet, I'm selecting the same VPC, and I'm going to give it a new subnet name. Let me call it ng subnet 2. Okay, this is the name I want to call this. Now the most important part is this configuration here. So the availability zone, you're going to see the Nigeria Lagos. So this tells you that this local zone is actually in Lagos in Nigeria. So you can see the other availability zones we have for South Africa, but because we are targeting the one for Lagos, Nigeria, we're going to select Lagos, Nigeria's availability zone. And then for the subnets, we just need to create a new subnet for that. Okay, this is, let's see, 64, and let's see, okay, I think I'm causing a cider overlap here. Let us give it something else. Okay, let me quickly clarify what the last subnet is. I'll come back here and recreate the subnet. So we already have that subnet. That is why it is giving that issue. So I'm just going to delete this and create another one. Or you know what, we can still use it. What we just need to do is we can increase the range where it is starting from. So let me quickly do that. Select VPC, subnet 02 availability zone Lagos, and then the subnet CIDR. I can say 128. This should be fine. Okay, yeah, that worked. So it's just a smaller subnet space. So we have the subnet created now. So we have two subnets created. One was the one I created before, and this is the one I created now. Okay, the final stage is to launch our EC2 instance. So let's head over to EC2. We'll go over to compute, and then we go to EC2. So when we are launching the EC2 instance, there are other things we also need to take note of. Number one, there are specific instance types that are not allowed in this availability zone. Because if you try to launch the instance on your own, if you try to launch it the normal way, you're going to get an error of not being able to launch it. So we need to check what kind of instance types are available in this local zone. So to do that, you simply go to you go to the instance types, and then you search with the local zone. Okay, so we are going to go to zones. Under availability zones, we'll search for something that looks like Lagos. Okay, so AF South loss 1, that is the availability zone for Lagos, the local zone for Lagos, loss 1A. So let's see, it's not giving us anything here. So let's see, contains loss. Okay, let's get this from here. So let's see, zone that contains this. Yeah, okay, so that's the search query, and these are the instance types that we can launch in the Lagos availability zone at the moment. If you try to launch any other instance apart from this, it's going to fail. So let's quickly launch our instance. I'm going to open a new tab for that. Over here, quickly launch the instance. Okay, we can do a T3X large, something pretty basic. Let's call it Nigerian server. We can choose any, AMI we want. Let me go for an Ubuntu. And here we need to make sure that we choose the right instance type, which is a T3X large. T3X large. Okay, and then we also need to make sure that we choose the right subnet for it. By default, VPC gives you no preference subnet, which means AWS chooses any subnet they like for you. But here, we need to specifically choose the subnet that we have created, and which is over here, which is ng subnet 02 here. And we can choose a key. Okay, I have just something called a test key, because we're trying to just run through a sample. So every other thing, I'm going to leave it as default because I'm not securing or configuring anything. And I will click on launch. So it's trying to create security groups, and it will start the instance initiation process. So when I click on this, you are going to see the instance launching. Okay, you can see it's launching. So I'm going to pause the video so that it will launch. It takes a couple of minutes. When it launches, we'll come back and see the IP address, and we will check on the internet to be sure that this IP address is a Nigerian IP address. So something to take note of during the launch of the instance. Okay, I missed that when I was launching the instance initially. It's under the network settings. After selecting the appropriate subnet, you need to make sure that you auto assign a public IP here. You make it enabled. If you don't do that, your instance will not come with a public IP address. Okay, just think note of that. Now our instance is up and running. We can see that it comes with a public IP address. So let's check if this IP address is a Nigerian IP address. Okay, there's this tool called IP to location that you can use to check that. Okay, I'm just going to copy this IP address and paste it here. Oh, they used to have a search bar. Okay, they have a lookup here. So, and voila, it shows you the country is Nigeria, the region is Lagos, and everything. You can see ISP is Amazon Data Service. So this means that this IP address is coming from Nigeria and the server is located right here in Lagos. Thank you very much.
Okay, back to the slide, please. All right, so there you have it. We have 8 in Nigeria. Okay, so in case you meet anyone today that thinks the cloud is in the sky, tell them it's in Lagos. It's no longer in the sky. It's right here in Lagos. But the location, I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know. Okay, so these are my books. Dictionary. I launched this earlier this year. I was inspired by those who have issues with meaning of terms in the cloud. AWS is so annoying. They have about 250 services, and people just get tired and walked out with all these many names: EC2, ECS, ECR, EC this, EC that, RoboMaker, IoT. What is all this? I mean, on Twitter, someone once said, "Who employed the person that gives all these services names?" You need to look for the person. So, and I was in Cameroon last year giving a talk, and someone needed to understand some of these terms. So I put the book together to have some of these words that are simple to understand. I explain it in simpler terms using everyday things we understand, and I believe it's something you can connect with. So as you try to learn the cloud and as you grow in the cloud, this book is going to be a very good companion. It's just 1K on seller, but we're giving out 10 copies here today for free. Okay, so I'll leave the planning committee to decide how that will be shared. And then we'll have infrastructure monitoring with Amazon. Oh, that one is also on Amazon Kindle if you want it on Kindle. I have infrastructure monitoring with Amazon CloudWatch. This is a bit more advanced. It's about 300-page book or so. I just talked about monitoring from the ground up, the meaning of monitoring, the history of monitoring, and focus on CloudWatch, how you can use CloudWatch to monitor every single service on AWS, from container services to AI/ML services to compute services, database services, with some scripting, a little bit of Terraform and all that in the book. So it's a complete introduction to monitoring and Amazon CloudWatch and how you can use it. So unfortunately, I didn't publish that. So the publisher only gives free copies outside Nigeria. I'm sorry. So come on. What's going on? Doesn't want to respond to me. Please, can you help? Okay. Thank you. So you can connect with me on Twitter, GitHub, LinkedIn, and I'm still available. Thank you very much, and have a wonderful day.
Thank you so much, Iwere. Please don't go yet. Don't go yet. We'll have some questions for you. Thanks so much. Please give a round of applause for Iwere again. So in case anyone has a question, do you have... Okay, number one, we are taking just 2 questions. Number 2, then one from... one from the online audience. So number 1, hall manager, please can you give him a mic?
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Faisal Adams. And my question is actually related to Web3. You know, Amazon Web Service deals with data transfer and everything. So this is my question. Given the rise of Web3 technologies and the decentralized nature of data transfer in this ecosystem, I'm curious to know how AWS is approaching data transfer in the context of Web3 applications. Are there any specific services or strategies AWS is developing to accommodate the unique challenges and opportunities presented by decentralized data transfer in Web3 landscape? Yeah, that's my question.
Okay. Maybe I should take both at the same time.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Actually, I love a lot of questions, loaded questions, but I'm going to delay those. I'm going to focus on the only one you mentioned right away. Okay. My question is, on the demo, you bypass security group. How did you manage to do that? Because I'm conversant with the environment. So, and I never knew that there's a legal zone for now. All I've been hearing up till now is outside our continent. So I want to know, how did you bypass that security group? And yet you can access the IP address.
Okay, let me take those two questions first. Yeah, Web3. So Web3 is a very unique ecosystem. I had the privilege to work with something around Web3 last year. Personally, it was very expository for me. It's something I'm still trying to understand better. So when it comes to data transfer, you were talking about data transfer within Web3. That your question is a very complicated question because still the same problem. The people doing Web3 at scale are still not here. So most of the tools and services you will get that are Web3 oriented are usually not very available. The scalability of Web3 systems are still very fragile because a lot of people are skeptical in using new technologies to run Web3 technologies. For example, it's very hard to see a company doing Web3 that is using AWS Lambda. It's very difficult because of control, skepticism, and all that. So what I would say is the same principle you apply when you are building any kind of infrastructure will apply to Web3. Location matters a lot, okay? Location. There are still other things in AWS that helps you with proximity. Route 53 has a feature that is called latency routing, okay? That you can work with. I talked about CloudFront. CloudFront will also help you a lot. So the truth is that from my experience with Web3 technology users, they are skeptical about new services. So what you see people do is they go to the console, they just launch an instance in any region. Okay? Now that's why the region you launch is very important. Most of the time when you sign up for AWS, the first region you get is US East 1. It's not their fault. That's their region. Okay? So you personally need to switch. I've seen businesses launch all their workload on that region, and they are fine. They don't know that it is showing in your data transfer costs, because it means that every request has to go to the United States and come back. Same concept applies for Web3. If you are building something in Web3, take note of the location. Where are your major customers? Where do they reside? You can get a lot of demography from CloudFront. I hope you know CloudFront can serve as Google Analytics too. How many of us know that? CloudFront is as good as Google Analytics. You don't even need Google Analytics. It can give you a lot of insights on the people that visit your website, their devices, and everything. That can help you plan your infrastructure. That's why cloud is not a one-time operation. I've seen people think that when you set up your infrastructure, you go to bed. Sorry, it's not. You should figure out a way to continue to innovate around what you learn about the business. Personally, when I'm setting up infrastructure for someone, I use a 1 gig RAM to start. Very strange. Why? Why do you need a 16 gig RAM when you are just starting up a business with just 50 users? But you can innovate and grow with time because it saves you money from starting, and then you grow as the business grows. So for your Web3 response, number one, the same infrastructure applications that you need to understand in your well-architected framework is first of all proximity. Second of all, understanding your demography. And third of all, use services in AWS that can help you with proximity and helping you cut down on data loss. I talked about Route 53, I talked about CloudFront, and now you have LocalZone. So if you're running a blockchain company and you're in Nigeria and you know your customers are in Nigeria, take advantage of the local zones. That's just it. If you're outside Nigeria and you are in a country where you are running your blockchain business and you know most of your customers are in that region, switch over to that region that has highest proximity to where your business is. You are going to get a lot of cost for your data transfer. I don't know if I answered your question, the Web3 question. For security groups, when you don't configure security groups, you get 0.0.0 anywhere by default. So you can launch an instance like that. So that security group was actually an open security group to the world. That's why I didn't configure anything. By default on AWS. Is when you manually go there yourself and make changes, then you can configure what you want. But by default, AWS leaves it open. You are the one that has to personally go there and change what you want to have, what you want to have access to it, like the IP address, the port, and all that. So if you check the demo very well, I'm going to upload the video on YouTube, so you can still see it. You will see that, yes, it allows all traffic at the moment, but you can always go back to the security group and change what you want it to have access, and every other thing you have. It's still the same console. Nothing has changed. I don't know if I answered the question. Okay, any other question?
So, you want to take one more here? Okay. Yes.
My name is Rotimi Olorodi, and as the demo was going on, I opened my console to try it out, and I didn't see the Lagos zone in the availability zone. Is it like accounts limited or something?
So if you follow the demo very well, I talked about enabling it first in South Africa.
Yes,
so you need to go to South Africa, go to zones. You're going to find the 3 regions of South Africa and Lagos there. So you check very well. It's actually there.
Right. Sorry. So the last but not the least from the online audience, Nicholas King is asking us, can AWS EKS be launched within the Lagos region as well?
No. Yeah, so I spent a lot of time on this. Funny enough, you won't believe that the second problem is instance type. This instance type took me a month to figure out. Yeah. If you try another instance type, trust me, it's not going to work. It's going to tell you failed. And you look stupid. So I spoke with a fellow Hero colleague, and he explained to me, because the person is from Poland. So they have a local zone in Poland. So if you check that my slide, and we had Warsaw there. So he showed me that this is how you filter, and these are the instances available right now. But I think it's still okay for a start. If you want to launch EKS, you need to be very careful. EKS in Kubernetes is a high availability service. It requires multiple regions. So the only thing you can do is maybe one of your nodes. But if you want to launch a full-blown master node, worker node, it's not going to work. What you can do is, if you still want to meet compliance, maybe you are someone who wants to meet compliance and all that, what you can do is you can add a subnet, add that subnet to your EKS workload, and launch one of the nodes in the cluster. Definitely AWS will recognize that node and actually deploy services to it. So that's what you can do. But the local zone is still limited. That's why it's called a local zone. Okay, it's not called a region. It's still limited. But trust me, you can do a lot with it. Even ECS too, yeah, a bit limited, because I tried it with ECS. It's still a bit limited. But for virtual machines, EC2 instances, you are good to go.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Ewere. That'll be all for now. Please give me a round of applause. Thank you once again. So it's now quiz time. We have some gift vouchers for you. So can we have the quiz on the screen, please? So we have a prize here. The first prize, $50 credit voucher. The second place will be $25 credit voucher, and the third place will be $25 credit voucher as well. So please, can you go to this link, slides.com/WARquiz2. Okay, you can see it. So I'm going to spell it out. https://ahaslides.com. People are already joining. More people are still joining. Once we get to 100, I think we can start. I think we can start. Let's start this quiz. So look at your device to answer the questions. So the question is, where are AWS local zones available? Counting down. Okay, let's see the answer. Wizardry. So who's Wizardry? The question 2. Which of the following is not a service that is available in AWS local zones? Amazon EC2, Amazon VCP, Amazon EBS, Amazon S3. Not a service. Time's up. Show answers. More X this time. So the next question. What is the maximum number of IP addresses that can be assigned to a subnet in a VCP in a local zone? 24, 26, 28, 30. The maximum number of IP addresses. Time's up. Show answers. Alana Waju. The next question. What is the maximum number of local zones that can be connected to a single AWS region? 1, 5, 10, or 20? Okay, it's getting interesting. Rahim. So the last question. What is not a benefit of using AWS local zones? I mean, you should not get this wrong. Improve the performance of localized applications, reduce the latency of localized applications, make it easier to comply with local regulations, increase the storage capacity of primary AWS region. Time's up. It's not. So, yes, that's correct. So, let's give it up for Olariwaju, 372 points. Then the second place is Israel with 355 points. Then the third place is Emmanuel, 349 points. Please come forward if you're Olariwaju, Israel, or Emmanuel. If you're in the hall, please, can you come forward? Please clap for them. It shows that they were listening, actually. Emmanuel. Okay. So we don't have Israel in the hall. Okay. Israel. Okay. So please, can we take a picture? You get your file shot from the. All right, thank you so much. So we'll be giving them their vouchers just after this event. So we'll be moving on. Just after this session now, we'll be going for our lunch. So this is the session that is standing between us and our lunch. So we'll make sure we do it very quick. So we'll be introducing our next partner messaging from Macintosh Consulting, the person of Niyi Adesonya. Are you in the hall? Niyi, please come forward. Please clap for Niyi.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm so excited to be here today. On behalf of Macintosh Consulting, I'm here as a representative to inform you all that our stand is outside the event hall, and also to just quickly give you a brief introduction of what Macintosh stands for. Macintosh is celebrating its 10th year anniversary this year. Are we all happy to hear that? For those of us that are members of Macintosh, those that have been with us from day one, we want to say a very big thank you to you. So Macintosh is the only accredited, or should I say, is the #1 accredited training partners to AWS here in Nigeria. So we became partners to AWS here in Nigeria in the year 2020. So I would like to say that we are so excited to be privileged to be granted this opportunity to inform you all that there will be a discount given out to people that will be interested in our services. So we are the leading IT business management training provider in Africa. We help you find the right training and certification opportunities to aid in your career, growth, and success. So I would like to say a very big thank you once again to the organizers for availing me the privilege to stand before us. This is a rare privilege for me. This will be like the first time I'll be facing a crowd like this. It's really a rare privilege. Okay, I would like to also inform you again that we have flyers. For those of us that may be thinking I don't need it, you may not need it, but someone, your friends, your relatives may need our services. Please kindly come to our stand to get or pick one of the flyers to take home. Thank you very much. So I would also like to also inform you that you can always visit our website at www.markintouch.com. Did you get that? www.markintouch.com. Okay, thank you very much, everyone. Do enjoy the rest of the session.
Thank you very much. So, as Yusuf mentioned earlier, we'll be going for lunch now. However, we'll make sure that this is done in a very orderly fashion. We have hall managers, we have volunteers who are right behind. So would have people walk according to your roles and you'd be directed to where you'd be having lunch. We'll be having this for about 15, 20 minutes and we'll be back in the hall for another power-packed session with one of our speakers. Please put your hands together for him in advance. Thank you very much. So please make sure that you network while you are having lunch. I mean, that's a good time for you to do that. Make sure that you meet somebody. I mean, you never know. We have 10 new books up for grabs. We have scholarships, 50% scholarships for some programs. So you never know. We might be awarding that to people who are able to network properly. I can make that happen. So please make sure that you network with one another. Make sure you're asking questions. Make sure you meet at least 5 people here, 5 new people. Know what it is they do. Know how to meet with them subsequently. Get their email addresses, their social media handles. Take selfies, more importantly. Media, please, can we have the hashtags on the screen again? Please, thank you. So please make sure you're taking selfies, you're taking pictures, and from the sessions, excerpts from the sessions, you can post across your social media platforms, tag AWS Community Builders, and then using these hashtags, these 2 hashtags, hashtag AWS User Group West Africa and AWS Community Day. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. As you know, the topic is scaling AI with AWS. But before we start, I just want to have an idea of who we have in the crowd today. Are there any machine learning engineers? Yeah, I guess that's much. So it's not going to be very deeply technical about any machine learning stuff. I'm not a machine learning person myself. I just handle infrastructure related stuff. So it's going to be like a journey that we're all going on together to understand how, if we wanted to work on an AI project on AWS together, how would we go about that? The clicker is disgracing me. Okay, thank you. So, first and foremost, AI is not conditional statements. Like now, because we have ChatGPT and Stable Diffusion, all this other stuff, we know that computers, machines can actually infer things without human intervention. But a couple of years ago, there were people that were senior that most likely didn't have like a computer science background that would argue with you that it was all if-else statements and it's just a scam. So like if there's anybody like that in the crowd, you know, you're wrong. So the machine learning life cycle, as with everything else, you know, it starts with you having a business goal in mind. You have to know what you're trying to solve, the problem you're trying to solve. There are different type of machine learning problems, and there are different ways to solve them. There are different algorithms you use to solve different problems. You know, you gather the data you use. You gather the data that you need to use to train this model. You deploy the model. When you are done training, you monitor it, and then there's a process of continuous improvement. Based on new information, you can update your model. So disclaimer, the scenario we're going to walk through today is a pure work of fiction, and all the other legal jargon. So our imaginary company is called heroorvillain.com. It's starting out serving the Nigerian markets, and it's charging you $20 a month. That won't work in Nigeria, I know, but our CEO is a visionary, so don't worry. Our CEO, Elozonam Mustafa, aka Elon Musk. If you think he looks familiar, please refer to the disclaimer. I don't know what you're talking about. So this is the expected behavior of our product. Somebody puts a picture of an actor and actress, and our model is supposed to be able to know if the person is portraying a hero or a villain in the picture. As you can see, Rita Dominic, the model says, hero. And then Alex Isifo, I think that's his name. He literally looks like a demon in that picture. So, I mean, obviously, he's a villain. So that's like the very simple product overview. So our cloud provider is AWS. And, you know, like I said, we're all going on this journey together. We're a company. We have software engineers. We have cloud engineers. We have front-end and back-end specifically, all that jazz. Okay, how can AWS help us in this product we're trying to develop? There are a variety of machine learning tools and AI services. Machine learning tools will help us like when we are trying to do things custom, and the AI services are like plug and play, technically. That like if we're trying to solve a problem that is not very difficult or has already been solved, we can just use these tools. So if you're trying to do text to speech, you see AWS transcribe there. If you're trying to translate some stuff, there's AWS translate. If you're trying to extract text, there's text extract. But since we're doing pictures, we need something that can do that for our proof of concepts. You know that what we're trying to do is even possible. So we'll go with AWS recognition. So the people that are on the ML team, they will start playing around with recognition. They will upload a data set, and it has to be labeled data. And the problem that we're trying to solve is a classification problem, because it's either it's a hero or a villain. Very simple. So they upload labeled data, like hundreds of thousands of pictures of Nollywood actors that is labeled hero or villain, and you train it on recognition, and you validate and you test it to be sure that, it can actually give me reasonable responses. So like the power of AI here is that it picks up on patterns that may not be obvious to us. So even if it's a new actor or whatever, maybe the way they are doing their face, you say this person is probably evil. It carry bad thing for mind, something like that. I don't know. Sorry, is the clicker working or are you helping me move it? I don't even know. Um, okay. So machine learning people are doing their work, front end and back end. What are we doing? Because we're trying to push out a proof of concepts quickly. We want things that we don't have to be managing like too much, because let's say we don't have a lot of cloud people or whatever. So we want things that are easy to manage. We want things that can hit the markets quickly and whatever. So we decided to go with a serverless and like event-driven framework. So CloudFront, first speaker spoke about that already. It's globally distributed, edge locations, like the new Lagos one. That's going to help us for our Nigerian customers since we're launching here. We're going to use S3 because we're dealing with images. Images need to be stored somewhere, and S3 is your best option for that. DynamoDB because, for argument's sake, we don't necessarily have structured, we don't necessarily have a schema in mind for our data. And DynamoDB is highly available, and when we're ready to go global, we can use DynamoDB global tables. So like all these things have good reasons why we're using them. Lambda, same story. We don't have to worry about our servers, blah blah blah. You know the story. Then API gateway in front of the Lambda functions because monitoring, tracing, and all the benefits that come from putting your API gateway in front of that. Okay, so why S3 is great is for our events-driven application is because of something called S3 events. So when objects enter your S3 buckets, you can listen for an event to let you know that, oh, something has happened here. And like that's great to start the next process. You don't have to like manually code something to be checking your S3 buckets for you, because like the less work we have to do regarding that, the better. And AWS is handling this one. So if something goes wrong magically, it's not you, your Oga or Jack, that something has happened. You say, let's call AWS support. Then also DynamoDB has something similar called DynamoDB streams. So basically, if there are updates to your items in DynamoDB, you can specify like which activities that you're looking out for. And basically, you can call Lambda functions that will act upon what those changes to the data were. So the idea is they upload picture, a Lambda function sends it to S3, that triggers a Lambda function that writes it to DynamoDB, the picture information and all that stuff, and then the data entry in DynamoDB also triggers an event that runs the machine learning process. So that's great. Front end, back end, and machine learning people have something to do. Cloud engineers, we need to infrastructure as code and set up our CI/CD pipelines from our version control system to build whatever needs to be built, running tests, and then obviously deploying to our different environments. And AWS has a wide range of DevOps tools that help us with that. Under AWS Code Pipeline, the great thing about AWS Code Pipeline is that it really helps to put everything under one umbrella. You don't have to be doing a lot of magic in your GitHub Actions, your Bitbucket pipelines, and all that jazz. You can very easily just have jobs that you can visualize in your AWS account and control access to who can change stuff there. So we're going to come back to this later, but for now I just wanted to know that for the cloud side, it's not just magic, but we're going to come back to this later. So this is our first working solution. Like I already explained, we have people on their devices on our website uploading the pictures. We're using Amazon Cognito for authorization and authentication stuff. Um, I just decided to put it behind API gateway. You can decide to access it directly from your front end, and that will save you a lot of latency and stuff. But I was too lazy to change the diagram, so yeah. So it's the standard stuff that I already explained. Your user authenticates, they upload their picture, the events start triggering each other from S3 to Lambda, DynamoDB to another Lambda, which calls our recognition endpoint and does the prediction and says, oh, this picture is of a hero or villain. So this is great for like a proof of concept, or if the problem that you're trying to solve is very simple, you can just call it a day here, and you can improve it with whichever ways you want to. But for our problem, let's just say it's not working perfectly. And that's where we come into the issue with AI services that are plug and play. You can't really customize them as much as you'd want to. You can't control like hyperparameters and all that stuff. There are no machine learning, there are just like a couple of machine learning engineers here, so like they know like all the things that they want to tweak to get a model to work more for their use case. So the great part is it's simple. You don't have to worry about that whole machine learning stuff. Like you're not a machine learning engineer and you have a product that is already working using a machine learning model. That's perfect. And then like the cons are what I just mentioned. You know, it's generic. You can't customize it as much as you want to. So let's say that our engineers, our machine learning engineers, they are finally done training our custom model, because this whole time they were training the model, but it takes a while to train a machine learning model. So we've just been using this one up until now. So I'm using this method because I think it is arguably like the fastest way for you to use your custom model based on the existing infrastructure that we had. You can argue it's not, but like there's no one size fits all solution. So basically, it's the exact same thing, but we're putting our custom model on an elastic file system shared storage, so that the Lambda can just access the machine learning model and use that for the prediction job itself. So like for something that we're just trying to get up quickly, this works fine, but it has some issues because there's a shared storage. Obviously, all the I/O throughputs, all those issues, and then costs. EFS can get quite expensive. Like this exact same solution, I have worked on a production version of it, and we had certain issues around the EFS costs that we have to mitigate. But like if you just need something quick, it's rather effective, and it enables us to like have different models and make them work in unison or whatever. So scenario, let's say Rema is big in India now for some reason, I don't know why. He goes there, they say, he says, there's this website that people are uploading actors' pictures on, and it's fun. It's just something you play with. And then all of a sudden, we have a lot of people from that part of the world uploading pictures on our platform. Now, I don't know if any of these people look familiar to anybody here. I don't know. I try to capture all the catchment areas. Indian movies, K-drama, old school, new school. I try my best. So our model is trained on Nigerian faces. It's not going to necessarily be able to tell you who is who on these ones. So for argument's sake, let's say that we now have to train different models for different countries. And it's kind of easy for us to do because of our infrastructure, because CloudFront lets us know where somebody is making a request from. So we can very easily direct a request from India to the right functions, a request from Korea to the right one, and all the countries of the world. So this is what I was referring to when I said we will come back to code pipeline. So we are training multiple models, and for the reasons I mentioned earlier, using Lambda and AFS isn't going to exactly work for us cost-wise and other reasons, reliability, all that stuff. So we want to start using containerized models. We want to use containers. How do we put that into our pipeline? So if you're using code commits, it's very easy to just plug that into code pipeline. But code pipeline also supports GitHub and Bitbucket as sources. I think 5 days ago, it was announced that they now support GitLab. It wasn't supported before, and it was very irritating. You have to be writing all sorts of magic in your GitLab CI YAML files. But it's supported now, so that's great. So you can push to your source, your version control system. The container images get built with code build, and then get pushed into your container registry repository. Then code deploy does its magic. It updates the load balancers to points to the new containers. The old ones get deregistered. You know, that whole deployment process with ECS happens essentially. And if your organization prefers Kubernetes, you can work this around to work more with Kubernetes, and that's fine. But for argument's sake, we don't have any Kubernetes engineers here. So this is what's easiest for us to get running with. So this is our current solution now. We just replaced what you had Lambdas, rather what you had with EFS with Fargate tasks, like is Fargate service or ECS, whichever one your organization prefers. Because like I said, there's no one size fits all. You guys may decide you want to use EC2 backed ECS services or whatever. So this is great, but it also has its own cons. There's nothing that is perfect, basically. I'm just making an argument for switching to different things, just so we can explore a lot of different methods on AWS to handling an AI workload. So just some of the ones I listed here. Scaling latency can be an issue. If we have all of a sudden a lot of requests or something, it might take a while for those tasks to start up because AI container images can be quite large. So it might take a couple of minutes for that to start up. I've worked with one that took as long as 20 minutes initially. So we had to do a lot of magic on the actual container image to get it down to a couple of minutes. So now we're going to talk about the SageMaker ecosystem, the machine learning ecosystem on AWS that helps the machine learning engineers to do everything they want to do basically on the AWS ecosystem. You can load data, you can label it, you can train it, you can do everything you want to do without having to worry about provisioning EC2 instances to run these jobs on. Because where are machine learning engineers again? Yeah, you people know plenty, no Allah. You know that to train machine learning models on your local system, you need a powerful GPU, right? Thank you. Has training a model spoiled anybody's computer here before? You heard it from them. I don't feel like I give you. So to avoid all that problem, you can actually just rely on AWS's infrastructure. So as a manager or whatever, when you're asking them, how far the new model? They're not telling you, my laptop is having issues. You're not hearing all that stuff. AWS just allows you to open your Jupyter notebooks and, you can store the models. There's data wrangler that helps you to prepare the data and all that stuff. And you can export the trained models into S3, and they can very easily just be deployed to production with your SageMaker endpoints. So with this method, our manual intervention has reduced by a lot, and we have a very scalable and reliable model from training to deployment. Yeah, so this is what our final or our current system looks like. The SageMaker endpoints is like highly available and all that stuff, so it would work for us for our use case. So just so it won't be like I'm trying to sell SageMaker, it also has its own cons. The learning curve, the cost, obviously, as opposed to training locally or on EC2 instances, if you're not careful, it can get quite expensive. But yeah, there are a lot of pros there. And then finally, we can't talk about doing all this stuff without monitoring and observability and all that. So you have like CloudWatch, X-Ray, Code Guru, DevOps Guru. We have open source alternatives for them. If there's not a managed service on AWS for an open source version, you can very easily set it up yourself, whether on your ECS cluster or Kubernetes cluster. And I am out of time, so we'll end it here for today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Olufemi. So that was a brilliant presentation. If you don't mind, do you want to take like a couple of questions?
Don't ask me hard questions, though.
All right, question time. 1, 2, 3. All right. Please, any of the all manager? We need the microphone for the gentleman. Yeah. Please raise your hand. Yeah.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation. I have this question. Let's say you are training a model, you are using CNN, RNN, ANN, or the training time could be quite a lot. I remember a particular day I was training a model on NLP. I spent nearly 4 hours training the model. I want to ask, the AWS system, the GPU, does it help in saving time, making training time a lot faster? I want an answer, please, sir. Thank you.
We're all familiar with that triangle. If you want it fast and good, it will be expensive. If you want it fast and cheap, it will not be good quality. Like that triangle, you are giving up something to get something. So with AWS, you can, if you want to increase the training time, they have a lot of systems there and like a lot of GPUs and stuff for you to choose from that will speed it up, but your pockets might pay you. That's the thing.
Yeah. The next question.
Thank you, Mr. Femi, for the wonderful presentation. My name is Balogun Lukman. I'm a software engineer, also cloud DevOps, basically. I'm also here with my colleague from ALX.
Can you speak a little bit loudly? Yeah. I hope it's not a hard question. That's why I'm talking small, so I'm not running away.
Okay. So I'm also here with my colleague from ALX. I'm representing them right now. So my question is, sorry, it's not much actually.
Look, can you just bring the mic closer to your mouth?
All right.
Yeah.
Is it okay now?
Yes.
So my question is not much actually. You're talking about scaling AI in AWS, right?
Yes.
You made mention of machine learning and AIs, the tools that has been used and all that. I want to know in Nigeria markets here, where do you see us using these tools? Because as we are here, most of us, we are not really familiar with our environment. So, but in abroad is mostly used for so many things, housing model, training images and whatnot. So where do you see the market in Nigeria here? So how can you encourage us to pursue this career in machine learning under AWS rather than just focusing on cloud DevOps and so on? That is number one. And
sorry, you just have to have. I mean, you have a chance for one question.
Just one
please.
question.
You said the question was not hard. It was not hard. You now open textbook. No, Allah. So his question was, where do I see the future of AI in Nigeria, and how do we encourage people to pursue machine learning as a career path over here? So there has to be a problem that is a good use case for AI. If there's no problem, then what's the point? So you have to figure out what problem in Nigeria we can solve with AI. There are a lot of problems, but the issue is that there are already pre-existing solutions. So like for fraud in finance, there are already pre-existing solutions. If you can do better than pre-existing solutions, you can start work on something in that industry. Now, to encourage people to work in AI, is if there are jobs that people will be encouraged to work there. How many companies are hiring machine learning engineers here? Like, the people that I personally know that are working in that field are mostly working for foreign companies. I know that, like, I think Steers Nigeria needs AI engineers, but I don't know. But if there's a use case, there will be a need for machine learning engineers, and more people will be encouraged to apply. So demand and supply. That's what I can say.
Okay, so thank you so much, Olufemi, for the clarification. So the last question, please, for just your name and the question, straight to the point.
Good afternoon. My name is Yusuf. I practice and advocate for cybersecurity. So, in as much as you try to use the local zone to move your application closer to your users, so can you just give us a little summary of your approach to security? Like, how do you make sure that your application is available to these users? How do you make sure that someone did not upload malware to your development environment? And how do you achieve, let's say, how do I put it, cloud computing? So how do you make sure that the data in transit, the data on your storage and in your own development environment, how do you make sure these things are protected? Can you just give us a little summary and the few services you can use in AWS to protect this application? Thank you.
Okay, so how do we prevent people from uploading malware to our development environments? How do we protect our data in transit and at rest? Okay, so there is no simple answer to the protecting people from uploading malware. So if stuff is on AWS, it's up to whoever is in charge of granting people access there. You have to be sure that people only have the permissions they need. I think we're all familiar with the principle of least privilege. So if you are a developer, that you should not have like permissions to, I don't know, create certain resources, like only what your job requires. That's what you should be able to do. And also you can make use of things like CloudTrail, because that will show you who made which API request. So if something goes wrong, you know who to trace it to. If they were hacked or whatever, they will sort it out in a police station. But you know who did it. Now, encrypting your data in transit and at rest. For data at rest, all these services integrate with key management service. So you can encrypt your data with the KMS key, and then in transit, HTTPS and the usual stuff. So there are already best practices for all this stuff. There are white papers, like whichever one works for your organization, you should just follow it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Femi. So the last question from the online audience, this has been asked by Zakaria Fausia Alaumi. So will we be setting geolocation record on Route 53 to route traffic according to locations, as mentioned earlier, or there's another way to do that? Did you get the question? Will we be setting geolocation record on Route 53 to route traffic according to locations, as mentioned earlier?
Okay, how do we use Route 53?
I think that's the question.
To routes. So like what I said earlier is that with CloudFront, you are able to like know where the person making the request is coming from, and yeah, that integrates with your Route 53 and everything. But well, the question you're asking, I don't want to misyan. I don't want to say what's not true. But with CloudFront, you know where the requester is coming from. And when in your Route 53, you can redirect people to resources that are closer to them geographically. So how you want to marry the two, I cannot give you an answer to them to that right now. My brain is foggy. I don't know, but it is what it is.
It's okay. It's good not to know how everything. So please give a round of applause for Oluwafemi. Thank you so much. Thank you once again, Oluwafemi. So we're going to the next session, and this will be a panel discussion. So it's going to be on community impact on innovation and security. So we'll be welcoming to the stage again, Tembele. Okay, so Blessing. And Wale Adeniji. Please come to the stage if you're mentioned. Thank you. Please give a round of applause for them. Stay calm. Tembele, is Tembele in the hall? Oh, yes, Tembele is on our way. And Blessing. Yeah, so Blessings on our way too. Please give a round of applause to them. So this session will be moderated by my colleague, Dishola Ajibare. Please, welcome to the stage.
Okay. Hello again. Good afternoon, our distinguished panelists. It's great to have you for this session. So we're supposed to be discussing the impact of AWS communities. And Tembele, considering the fact that during your session, you talked about communities, the power of communities and all of that. So it's super important. We can already tell that community-wise, it's super important. However, let's take it back a notch. How did you get into this space? How did you get into the cloud development space?
Hello, thank you. Thank you for your question. Actually, this question took me down memory lane myself, because I was like, I have a background in international relations and development, and I always knew that whatever role I'll do a role that will impact Africa. I've always wanted roles that impact Africa. But I'm also very specific about finding a job that I am passionate about. So if it doesn't meet what I personally believe in, I don't take it. And the reason why cloud with AWS community role in Africa is so important for me, because cloud is where we're moving. Cloud is how we're gonna develop as Africa. Cloud is how we're gonna develop as young Africans. It's so important for our youth to understand that the opportunities that lie for them to develop their careers and their personal growth lie within tech space. So for me, I knew that if I'm gonna work with Africans, I need to be able to share a message that will actually help them get employed, because we want to be employed. And as I said, I'm really passionate about working in Africa. So when I saw a community role in Africa, in cloud, it was just like, tick, 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 yes, that's the space that I want to be in. And for me, community is really being able, I always say, I serve the community. I was telling Blessing, she's my boss. I'm here to do what you need me to do and support you to be able to really drive the cloud conversation forward, localized in your region. And that's why I'm here.
Interesting. Thank you so much, Thembile. I mean, you talked about the impact, like impacts in Africa, and I personally think that that's very interesting because across board, people typically think, and I mean, based on data, Africa is like the underserved, right? We are usually the last to jump on a train, for instance, and being passionate about the impact in Africa is very commendable, and I am using this opportunity to appreciate you for that. Thank you very much. All right, being a woman advocate, right? I mean, we know that we have just one man on our panel conversation. So yeah, I'm going to go with the ladies first trend. So Blessing, I'll be going over to you. Considering your experience as well, how do the user groups bridge the gap between newcomers and experienced cloud practitioners? I mean, fostering an environment of continuous learning.
Okay, thank you very much for that. So one thing I would say is first, content is king.
Content is king.
Community is queen, and she always rules. So that is the power of community. With the user group, well,
yeah, Blessing 2023. Content is king and community is queen.
And she always rules.
And she always rules.
Yes, she always rules. So, and because of that, when you're in a community, it bridges the gap of that newcomer and experience level. You get to have access to people that are experienced, having to share their knowledge. For instance, there's this thing that happened to me. I started this cloud journey towards the end of 2021. Like, I'm actually transitioning from engineering to tech. And in as much as I'm very hardworking and dedicated, I had finished.
We can tell.
I had passed the cloud practitioner exam after, like, I think within a space of a month. And then someone asked me something before I joined a community. Someone asked me, what is cloud computing? The first thing that came to my mind was I was telling the person that it is building IT things in the cloud. Like, this is someone that passed cloud practitioner exam, telling someone, like, I was bragging, oh, like, I have this badge, I passed the cloud practitioner essentials, and someone asked me, what is cloud computing? Like, that was the first thing you have to learn. And I told the person, is having this in the cloud, like having IT in the cloud, whereas that's totally wrong, because I had this cloud image and cloud. I had to go back, read it, and so when you're in a community with discussions, it gets to remove such misconceptions from you. Because when you're studying for exam, you may not get to study everything. And so it helps to bridge that gap between newcomers and experts. And we share knowledge. And like my bosses said, Imo and David, we normally have study sessions. We have different events. And this creates the opportunity for us to bridge that gap. Robin helping us to understand and learn further. And with the community, it removes that phase of maybe being like an expert and a newcomer. You have access to these people. Tembile said, I'm a boss, but anyway, you people all understand. But because of this community that we have that relationship. So assuming there is no community, we may not have had that relationship. So it bridges that gap, and it helps you understand that cloud computing is not in the sky. That is actually yes.
It's right here with us.
Yes, it's right here on earth with us. And don't be
Thank you. Thank you very much, Blessed. So an excerpt that I picked from what you've said is that a community helps to bridge the gap between a beginner, right, and the expert. So that way you have relatable experiences. Like, I mean, as a beginner, you can relate to there's somebody else in that community that can relate to what you were saying, like instances that you have passed through or blockers that you might have experienced. Like, those people can relate, and then they can help you unblock whatever it is that is happening. And then on the flip side, as an expert as well, you are able to also meet with other people that, if you're trying to scale, for instance, you are able to talk to these people, have meaningful and insightful conversations that would help you going forward. I think it was one of our speakers that was talking about how he reached out to another community member to talk about something that they were building and whatnot. If you were listening, you would have caught that. I caught that. And that's one of the important benefits of community. So Blessing, thank you so much for sharing that. Oh, not to forget, we have a new tagline from you. Content is king, community is queen, and she always rules. Thank you very much. Okay, please put your hands together for her. So, Wale, let's come to you. I mean, you are an influential person in this space as well, right? You are an influential member of the AWS community. So, what advice would you have for people that are just coming in, like for new members looking to establish themselves and then impact the ecosystem, like Thembile?
Oh, that's quite interesting. Finally, it's my turn. Yeah, it's quite engaging for you to be in the community. There are a couple of things that you could actually take out from there, especially for newbies. People that are just coming into the ecosystem, people that are just coming into the cloud space, AWS cloud space. Joining communities will help you to learn a lot, like she said, from people that have been there at challenges that you are currently facing. You also meet with people that can actually lead you through your journey, your cloud expertise journey. People that can actually lead you through. You have a lot to learn from people. It's a community. You have people that you learn from. You have people that can help you resolve issues that you have. It's a great space for you to network. You have to very much take advantage of the networking experience that you'll get there. I know in my community, for example, I know a couple of times that people have posted needs where other people of the community also plug in and just get those kind of. So you can leverage on the networking that you can get from the community as well. You'll also be a part of the ecosystem basically, and then enjoy. You're not basically starting from zero. Basically, if you walk alone, you walk fast, like you said, and if you want to go far, you still need people around you.
You do.
So it's quite important for newcomers into the tech space, into the AWS cloud space, to join the communities and leverage on the various benefits that you'll definitely get from the community.
Thank you very much, Wally. And those benefits are quite a lot. Also doubling down on what you said with regards to the benefits of the community, Sir David, during the keynote conversation, he mentioned that one of our virtual moderators, that's Promise, I think the chances of him getting a job was higher because he was able to, talk about what he has done with the community and whatnot. And that's like one of the 1,075,000 benefits that you can get from this community. So thank you so much for sharing, Wally. Doubling down on what you said, right? I would like to know, what are these unique opportunities that comes with the community, like with the AWS ecosystem? How is it also accessible to, coming down to our niche now? How is it accessible to West Africa?
You mean the benefits of the community?
Yeah, the unique opportunities that you can get from communities.
Yeah, it's quite out there. You can actually join the communities, like I mentioned earlier on. It's quite open. It makes all this AWS knowledge trickle down to the users, basically. It trickles down to the engineers themselves that actually work with the different and various services that AWS actually has to provide. It trickles down to, it spreads around. It makes us make good decisions, have a keyword or key voice while we're trying to engage with managements and all sorts to leverage on the various AWS services that we have, and then to resolve various issues that we have, to build on products and all sorts. So basically, it helps spread along, and it's quite open. It's quite easy for you to actually join the community. It's as easy as just joining with. I think there was a link that was shared earlier on
Yeah,
that
which we'll be
contains the
putting
various the various communities that we have. You can just pick one of them and join and leverage on the various benefits that we have there all across. So it's quite easy for you to join and leverage on the benefits that we have.
All right, thank you, Wale. So Wale mentioned that it's as easy as knowing where your eyes are. Like, you know where nobody needs, as a child, nobody needs to tell you that. So yeah, it's as easy as that. Thank you so much, Wale. Thembile, let's come to you. You mentioned that you're here to serve, like, which you mentioned that blessing is your boss. So you've done this over and time again, and you are still glowing, like glowing. Yeah, you're welcome. So I mean, how do you do this? You work with various user groups in Africa. How do you handle it?
That's an interesting question. And the community is growing, and I want it to grow. We only 54 countries. We want to have presence in the whole continent, which means we still have half of the continent to go. And the only reason why is I play a supporting role. The people that do the real work is the community, right? So all I'm saying is I'm here, I connect the dots, and that's what I love to be able to do. I find out where the needs are from the community and be able to identify what programs do we have internally and connect those dots. Which resources, which community and affiliation group, the Ben network, that we can be able to reach to that will help us to scale. So how I do it is by the community coming to say, these are our needs. And I'm like, okay, give me 2 seconds. And I go back and I find and being able to connect those dots. And honestly, there is so much information that is available, but if you don't know where to find it, it's difficult. So how I do it is just being able to go and do the researching and giving it back to the community. But the community does all the work. And that is why it's so important for us to be able to come here, support you, and thank you. I think maybe I'm going to take this opportunity to thank you as the community, because you do so much on the ground, ensuring that, one, people know about AWS, but also people can gain the skills. You're running the study sessions locally in West Africa. You're setting up time, and we do not take for granted the fact that this is outside of your 9 to 5. And that is how passionate community is about AWS and about upskilling and about getting the hands-on experience on AWS. So for me, your hunger is enough to make me run around and get that research and connect that dots. And that's how we do it.
Great. Thank you, Thembile. Thank you. I think, yeah, she very well deserves the round of applause. And the community members as well deserve a round of applause. So please put your hands together for the community members. Now, what I picked from her conversation is collaboration. She mentioned collaborating with the community, picking out the excerpts, like things that are important, like what are we looking out for, what are the needs, and she goes there and does her magic. She mentioned she connects the dots and she does that. So collaboration is very key. I mean, what that also tells me is that you're not just learning as an AWS community member, you're also, improving on your project management skills. Collaboration, for one, is very important, and I think it's something that we should always keep at the back of our minds. So collaboration, she mentioned passion, like, beyond the 9 to 5. I mean, I can speak for us in Lagos. It is crazy, like having to run your 9 to 5, and then you still go ahead. I mean, you're here today. Like, you're here today on a Saturday when you're supposed to be resting. This session has been on for over 4 hours, and you're still here. So I think you very well deserve a round of applause again. So yeah, collaboration, passion, very important. And then upskilling, let's not forget that. I mean, the world is changing, trends are, coming up. So upskilling, reskilling, I mean, you already have a skill set, you're improving on that to make sure that, the world is a better place. So upskilling and reskilling is also very important. So thank you for sharing, Thembile. Now, Blessing, let's have you again. How can individuals and organizations leverage the power of the AWS community to expand their professional network and opportunities?
Thank you very much for that. So, the first thing I would say is that I wouldn't be able to meet every one of you or be in connection with Tembele or Wale if not for the community. That's as basic as it can be. So you can leverage the community to improve your professional networking by being an active member of the community. You get to connect with amazing people, experts. Like, this community has given me so much. Tembele said, she's my boss. Owale, like, there was no way we would have been connected in this level. Even you wouldn't have been connected in this level if not for the community. Like, I interact with CTOs, I interact with CEOs. People reach out to me because of this community, and that wouldn't have been possible if not for this community. If not for this community, I wouldn't have been able to attend the last year's event. We had a summit last year, not a community day, because I was very active and committed to it. Someone volunteered or offered to pay my flight. Like, I wasn't able to afford it then. So it helped to improve, it gave me the opportunity and built my professional network, I built on it, and those are the very great benefits you can get in community. But it's not just being about being in the community, but more of being part of the community, being in the community, and being aware of the community, contributing. Because what I get from so many people is that, okay, there's this community, you jump to it, and you're there, you're interested in it, but you become passive, and like, this is not paying me, so why should I give my 2 cents to it? Like, my hours are billed, why should I invest my time in it? But if you are selfless, I always tell myself that community brought me up. So at every instance, I try to give back to the community in any way. And I'm someone that when I take up something, if I'm not going to invest my time to it, I don't get at it at all. I lay back. So it's better if I'm going to invest in it, if I'm going to be dedicated to it, then I go for it. And trust me, I can be very fun. I love to play a lot, but I'm someone that, how will I say, like, I basically don't sleep, and it has actually helped just to be able to give back, to be able to help this community grow, and it has really helped a whole lot. It has helped me personally to build my professional career, and I know a lot of people that it has helped. Maybe if Wale is not in this community, he may not have met Tembele today, or before now, they are very well connected. I may not have, we have some AWS staff in this hall, and they came because of this day, and I wouldn't have been able to connect with them if not for this community again. So do not take community for trivially, do not take it for play. These people that you see here, even though someone may look, don't belittle someone. You don't know who is actually sitting right next to you. They are not, so many people are not maybe properly introducing themselves or having the tag, and that's one thing I like about community. It's not owned by a company. I don't look at Wala and say, oh, he's my CTO. I don't look at Tembele and say, oh, she's the manager. We see ourselves as equals, and that gives us the opportunity to access each other. Maybe if I were in Wale's company, I may be calling him Sawale, but I'm actually that stubborn, but sorry, I'm learning to improve, to be able to call people Sa, Wale, and all. But this community also gives me the opportunity to be able to mingle and rub shoulders with the high and mighty like Sir David, Sir Imo.
Right. Yeah, fantastic.
And you can actually have access to that, improve, grow your network professionally, build yourself, make friends. Again, community is queen, and there's nothing to life if you can't share it with people.
Right.
If you have to have something, you can't actually enjoy sharing joy alone. So with the community, you share a lot, you grow so many things. Like, it's a
You
whole
know,
lot.
she's so passionate about the community. You can see it in how she expresses herself. It's just fantastic. So there's so many benefits with the community. And what do they say again about your network? Your network is your Your network is your network is your net worth. Don't let anybody like tell you otherwise. Your network is your net worth. And when you know how to milk that opportunity, trust me, you are on a roll. So thank you, Blessing. It's been an insightful conversation. But before we wrap it up, I'm just going to ask Wale one last question. Wale, can you share a success story or an example of how the AWS community in Nigeria has influenced and supported local businesses or startups?
So that's quite obvious. We have a lot of champions within the community. Am I correct, please? If you are a champion, please let me just. Yeah,
I mean, there are quite a couple of them in the crowd. Yeah, thank you.
So we have a lot of AWS champions. Basically, I call them champions because we majorly do great things with AWS services, and I'm quite sure that we have them spread around the entire tech space in Nigeria. For example, myself, I work with a fintech, and our products and services are actually built and powered by AWS. And then I know I have a lot of people here. I've once worked in an health tech too. One of my former colleagues is somewhere there in the crowd.
Interesting. Your network again.
Yeah, exactly. And then it's also powered by AWS, basically, and is also a member of the community. I know if you go through, we have this unit chats that we have a couple of WhatsApp group that the communities belong to, and you'll see people coming in, leveraging on the wealth of knowledge, the wealth of skills within the community membership to resolve issues. What you can actually resolve in, what you would have resolved in, let's say, 7 days, for example, is just a question away. Just type a question in, and you'll see out of the multitude of people, members of the community, that can actually come to your aid or even point you to the right directions. I have a couple of people within the community that have contacted me personally for issues they believe I could resolve. Even if I can't at that moment, I definitely will point them to the right space. So the community is actually so much. You can find them everywhere. The members of the communities are everywhere. You will see them in, very much. You'll see them in the financial sector. You'll see them in regular startups, fintechs, health tech, agri-tech, and you use exactly. EdTechs and everywhere. So the community is actually like so much beneficial to the entire ecosystem, to the entire industry. Let me put it that way, the tech industry, because you have everywhere.
Right. Thank you so much, Wale. I mean, this has been very interesting. So many things to take away. The communities cannot be the benefits of the communities cannot be overemphasized. So you want to take an opportunity, if you're not already a member of the community, to be a part of the community. Please, can we have the link to join the community on the screen again? And if you're already a part of the community and you're not active for whatever reason, now is the time for you to get active. You can already tell, they're here. They're seated on this stage, having conversations with you, letting you know the benefits of this community and why you should be a part of it. And I strongly recommend that you be a part of that community. Thank you so much, Thembile, Wale, and Blessing. This was very interesting. And I look forward to having you guys again. And let's talk more about the community sometime soon. Thank you. So before you go, can we take a picture together? Thank you. I think I will stay. Who's taking the picture? Thank you very much. Thank you once again, our panelists. We appreciate you for having that conversation with us.
Thank you, Thembile, Wale, and Blessing.
All right. At this point, it is another time for our quiz session.
Yes.
I know that for those that got some prizes the previous time. For others, it's time for you to be more competitive. I mean, please, it would be great if you go home with something today, and I'm sure that we are looking forward to that. Please, big ups for the media team. Thank you very much. All right, so let's have everyone go to the link, aha slides / WA quiz 1.
Fastest finger.
Okay, so I see Tomiwa, I see Adeniro, I see Olowo Shelu, I see Mustafa, I see Ebenezer, I see Allison, I see Sam, Fikayo, Debo, Joel, I know Laura, Sam, Kiki, Peter, Yusuf, Fumi, Olushola, Kenny, and so many more, so many more. Okay, we have about 150, 159, 165, 170. So when we get to 200, I think we'll get started. All right, 189, 1 and 200. So the first question, fingers. In which year was Amazon Web Services launched? I mean, everybody should know that if you are a community member. 2004, 2006, 2008, or 2010? In what year was Amazon Web Services launched? 2004, 2006, 2008, or 2010? Countdown: 19, 18, 16, 14. I think this 1 minute is too long. I really think it's too long. Maybe we should shorten it to 30 seconds. Right? You agree with me, yeah?
No, I think it's okay.
Just kidding, just kidding. And time is up. Let's see what our leaderboard is. Okay, so the correct answer is 2006. Now let's see what the leaderboard says. Have Samson. Samson, wherever you are, my eyes are on you. Okay, let's go to the next question real quick. Which of the following was the first AWS service to be made generally available? Options: Amazon EC2, Amazon SQS, Amazon Lambda, Amazon S3. I know Femi kept talking about Lambda. Maybe that's the answer. Amazon EC2, Amazon SQS, AWS Lambda, and Amazon S3. Which of the, I told you, 1 minute is too long. Which of the following was the first AWS service to be made generally available? So I see Richard answering. Maybe Kiki will be our winner for this one. Oh no, that's not happening. And the time is up. Let's see what the answer is. Amazon All right, so our answer is Amazon SQS. Now let's see what the leaderboard says. So we have Chels. I hope I pronounced that well. Let's get right into the third question. Now, which AWS event gathers developers? You should already know this. Which AWS event gathers developers, leaders, and users from all over the world annually? The options: AWS Replay, AWS Ignite, AWS Reinvent, and AWS Connect. I see Abisola. Abisola, it feels like you're going to win this one. Adaobi, Favor, Mutiat, Ayo, Joseph, Ken, Efosa, Ayomide, Peter, Favor. Again, which AWS events gathers developers, leaders, and users from all over the world. AWS reInvent. Let's do mini mini money mode. Reinvent, connect. And your time is up. Let's see what our answer is. I said it. It was AWS reInvent. All right, let's see what the leader was. Oh, we have Charles 2 times in a row. Well done, Charles. Well done. Let's go to the 4th question. Which of these services was not part of the original AWS launch? AWS S3. Why do I keep saying it? I like AWS Watch. Okay, Amazon S3, Amazon EC2, AWS Lambda, AWS SQS. So, who is I will win? Who is our person? Who are you? Okay, so which of these services was not part of the original AWS launch? Amazon S3, Amazon EC2, AWS Lambda, and Amazon SQS. So I'm just going to do a random guess in my head and not tell you, but I'll tell you in 6 seconds. In 3, 2, 1, time's up. And the answer that I was thinking is, I said it, AWS Lambda. I knew it. Maybe I should get into this game. All right, so the last, but oh my God, where is Charles? Charles, I have my eyes on you. Wherever you are, I know where you are. Now, the final question for this quiz session: which region was the first AWS region to be launched outside the United States? So we have EU in Ireland, APAC in Tokyo, EU, London, South America, Sao Paulo. I will win. I will win. I will win. But you are not winning. What is happening? Anyways, so which region was the first AWS region to be launched outside the United States? Ireland, Tokyo, London, Sao Paulo. I'm just looking out for Chelsea somewhere, you know. Seven, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and your time is up. Let's see what the answer is. In Ireland, EU Ireland. Why are you excited?
This one looks like Ojuru.
I'm not understanding.
419 points.
I'm not understanding. Is there a bug on our slides? Okay, so after this round, we had a total of 359 players, and amongst these 359 people, Silas, I'm saying this with half of my mouth, Silas came up with first place with 419 points. Please put your hands together for him. We have Sik in second place, 387 points. Hey J, 71 in third place, 384 points. And Joe in fourth place, 382 points. So do we have Silas in the building? Wait, are you sure they are not part of the community? Silas, let me see your face. Please put your hands together for Silas. But Silas, I think I'm going to mirror your model. It's not for, it's not, how they say it, the race is not for the, it's not for the Swifts, right? Please join me here. Please, where's Sik and Hey J71? Where are you? Where are you guys? Where are you guys? Where? I thought it was you. Please, where are they? Should I take your, oh, please come up stage. Thank you. Thank you. Where is our third? I think we have We're supposed to have 4 prizes. Can we have that screen again? The previous screen. Where the prizes are. Oh, it's just 3 people. Oh, that's you. Please, stand up for the champion. What's your name?
Silas.
How do you feel?
I feel good.
Feel good. I feel good. All right, thank you very much. What's your name?
Toby.
Toby. Please, do you people see Toby there? Okay. Sick. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. AJ71. All right. Please put your hands together for our winners for this round. Please come and take picture. Like, be happy, be proud. You know, champions. You have fans. Okay. All right, thank you very much. Please put your hands together for them. Now that was an interesting one. I think that was interesting.
Thank you so much, Deshola.
Who is for one?
All right, that was a fantastic one.
Sorry, can I say something to Chels? I'm your fan, wherever Chels is. I am your fan.
I think we should give her a swag or something.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
We'll think about it.
Okay.
Thank you.
So our next session will be a panel discussion that has to do with AWS Student Captain Program, impact of campus communities and post-campus career. We'll be welcoming Anne Shank, Paul Adiraju, and Ishrekuti to moderate the conversation. Please welcome to the stage.
Okay, so while they come up stage, the link to join the community, a little bird, how do they say that thing? A little bird says to me that they want the link up. So please, can we have that link to join the community up again? And please, this time, the race is for the Swifts. Please, kindly pick up the link as soon as it comes up screen, and then you can join the community. Please come up stage, our panelist and our panel moderator. Yeah. Thank you, Idra. Thank you. Okay, I think we can get right into the panel conversation
now. Good afternoon once again, everyone. Okay, just yeah. All right. So I just want to quickly paint a scenario so that it helps you to be able to understand or to follow us through the process. Let's say there is an organization that used to be on the mainland, and that organization now moved from the mainland to have their new office in the middle of the water. Probably because rent in Lagos is expensive. So if they go to the middle of the sea or the middle of the river or of the ocean, it's going to be much more cheaper. Now, if that particular organization is going to employ people to work with them, let's say it's a manufacturing plant, what do you think is going to be one of the criteria for employing people? Yes, anyone? People that can swim, right? Beautiful. Thank you. So now, organizations are migrating to the cloud. So if organizations are migrating to the cloud, they would also need who to work with them. People understand what goes on within the cloud environment. All right, thank you. So thank you very much again, my panelists. You're very much welcome. So I want to have this question first for Han. What is it like to be a club captain? Sorry, ladies first, they say. Am I right? Okay.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Okay, it's a great honor to be here. Okay, answering your question, what does it feel like to be a club captain? I'm going to say, first of all, that it's a sense of responsibility that it gives to you. And secondly, for me personally, it gives me a sense of purpose, because one of the things I love to do is to actually teach. And regardless of cloud computing, even something else that I know I love to teach. So being a cloud club captain gave me that opportunity to reach out to students, and you're able to pass on knowledge, and you're able to reach out to them. So it gives that sense of responsibility because you're now responsible for students in your club, and you're responsible for their, I don't want to say you're responsible for their growth in cloud computing, but however, you're responsible for it because the success of the whole club is on you, sort of, because you are the leader. So there's that responsibility as the leader of the club.
All right, thank you very much. You speak more to responsibility, which is very, very correct. So that's going to take me to my next question for Paul. For someone in an environment where you have opportunities as a cloud captain, what do you think is one specific thing that stands out? That, oh, for this particular course, I want to become, for this particular course, that was why I became a cloud captain. So for instance, if you have people amongst the audience that are also looking at becoming a cloud captain, is there one, like, just in 2 minutes, one particular thing that makes you become a cloud captain?
All right, thank you very much. Also, I'm honored to be here. Thank you very much. So yeah, in becoming a cloud captain, definitely you'd have to be someone who is, should I use the word visionary? You have to be a good leader because you are charged with the responsibility of actually creating a community of cloud enthusiasts, AWS cloud enthusiasts in a student population, and you are charged with the responsibility of managing this community and creating a very enabling environment for everyone to be, a very inclusive environment, an enabling environment for learning, for collaboration, for networking. Because one of the core responsibilities as a cloud captain definitely is that you have to make sure that what you are doing, because cloud clubs are student-led and peer-driven communities. So you have to make sure that even you as a captain, as a student, you're carrying everyone along, as many people as you can along. You'd have to engage with them severally, talk to them, get their opinions. So definitely, if you want to become a cloud captain, you have to be someone who is a good leader, who likes, actually engaging with people in your community, know what they want to learn, know their struggles, their challenges, and basically meet them at a point of need.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you so much. So you speak more to interest, right? Okay, so One, I'm going to come back to you. I want to ask Shay first. So the question I'm coming back to you is like, what the process like? How can I become a cloud captain? Like, do I need to travel down to some place? Do I need to pay some amount of money? So I'm coming back to you. Now, to Shay, I know you to be someone who is so passionate about sharing opportunities to people. I mean, I see you all over the place trying to train people also. So there's something that I want to ask, which I know that everybody here also, they can relate to it. We are speaking to impact of opportunities, impact of campus communities and post-campus career. Now, speaking to the post-campus career part, organizations will say, oh, we are looking for this and that, we want to employ, and they will be asking us for 4 years experience, 7 years experience. And we are just coming out of school, am I right? So, like, how do you think we can manage or match this kind of thing? So, I mean, if I go for an interview now and an organization is asking me that they need 4 years, 7 years experience, sorry, where am I going to see that? So, please, how can we match that? I mean, we are still in school. How are we able to gather this knowledge or these skills?
There's different way you can approach this. The first thing we have to understand that we are in a very cloud-enabled society. And if you're in campus now, maybe you're in part 2, part 3, there is nothing stopping you having your skill ramp up. There's so many communities you can join. You get your skill, get your certification. I'll tell you just one story of someone that I know. He left the school. He started joining the community when he was in part 3, and he wrapped up. He was into development. He started getting certification, and started moving with people. Now, the truth here is that we have several communities that can work with you and give you what we call a platform. The platform that you deploy those solutions, you use their platform as a part of your CV experience gathering. And when he was about leaving school, he got a job with the Bank of America. Afterward, he left Nigeria. He's now working in one of the top OEM in IT in Ireland. His smooth journey was because he was part of a community. He was able to engulf himself with several skill sets he can get through the community and use it, because getting those kind of jobs in those blue chip companies, not just something. He's from Nigeria, and the guy was from a very humble background. He's not a VI person. He's all this media Ajegun-led person that is starting up, and he got there and he got his job, and he's now living overseas, getting his dollars or pounds.
That's really interesting. That's a very interesting story. So what he just said is that there's a place of you learning, and then just like other panelists have said earlier, particularly when Deshola was talking, you cannot overemphasize the importance of community. If you are gathering the skills, and then there is no community there for you to build with or to network with, those opportunities, you might be able to get those opportunities, but it's always cheaper. It's always easier when you are within a community. So thank you very much for that. So let me go back to Oni. Can you speak to that question now?
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm honored to be here as well. For the particular question you raised, I think is, if I get it correctly, is more on how someone can actually apply to become a cloud captain. Okay, on that, I think first of all, you need to identify to a community such as the AWS Cloud Community. You need to first be there on, because that's where you get like information about applications for the cloud captain itself. And I think thereafter, the application process is kind of like simple. It's more of like, the first instance is more of like them asking you about yourself and about things that you actually done and all. And I think the next process was about making a video of explaining a particular technology in AWS. But first of all, I think the most important thing there is to be in an AWS Club Cloud community and taking it up from there. And as he mentioned, he said opportunity. I think opportunity comes with people, and in these people, where we talk about people, we're talking about the community.
All right, thank you very much. When you talk about people, you're talking about community. So the first thing is what community, like community just keeps coming up every now and then, because like that's where the opportunities come from. All right, so my second question is going to be to Sheyi. So in an environment where we have these opportunities all over the place, how is it, you've mentioned the importance of the skills, but how is it possible for someone like me, who is just new, let's say someone that is new to technology, you've not even heard anything about it before, you are here for the first time, and people keep talking about, cloud computing. What do you think is like the first approach? What should I do? I'm just hearing this thing for the first time. I am a student, and I want to also have a very fantastic future in cloud computing. What's like at the basic things that I should do, like step-by-step approach?
Okay. At least what you chose, the question is properly refined, because you already have a passion. Because the first thing you have, I remember when I was also in college, and one thing that made me, I read engineering, and about passing out, I had this passion for computing, and that was what translates my passion to the community, where I feel that sometimes we get into school because everybody is going there. You want to have you want to get into industry because people are saying it. Then you get into it, that passion, you just lose it. And when you lose your passion, whatever you are doing there is that you are doing for the society or for your pocket. The end goal, you might not be able to achieve it. So once you have a passion, the next thing you need to look out for is someone that can guide you. Now, I run a mentorship program called Grassroots. I look at my own story, my own journey through the whole process, and I knew there's several people that they might not have opportunity out there, but they are from those grassroots. Pick them up, then we talk to them. There are several type of mentorship. Mentorship can be according to the technology you want to learn. You meet with the person, try to connect. There's a lot of people out there, especially in Africa, in Nigeria. We have skilled people in top places. All you need is just connect with them, talk to them. I get several messages from my LinkedIn. Even parents called me and said, this my boy, he just have passion in doing games. Can you just straighten him out? And we start introduce them to cloud technology. How can you become a developer? And that kind direct a person because there's a passion and there's somebody that is guiding them. Then the next thing is we can't overemphasize the community where you have to come in. You can be part of it because there's collaboration, there's guidance, there is direction. Then afterward, you now need to start doing something called certification. Now, certification doesn't take away your background or your educational certificate you get from school, but it's an added advantage to you everywhere you get to. When you tell them, I'm certified in this, even though some of people I mentor don't have, they might not have gone to the university. It's just the certification. And when they talk to you, they talk like professionals because they have the skill through that education level. So after certification, the other thing is to expose yourself. Let people know you. You cannot be an island and what he said, get a video. Maybe that's part of the process. But the truth is that when you get out there and people know what you can do, you quickly get. I saw a CV on LinkedIn. The guy just posts all his CV. I said, I've done this, I've done that, and got a short video. I can tell you got a job in very, very quick succession of time because he was able to get himself out there. You cannot isolate yourself. You must be there. When you have the passion, you have proper training, then you need someone to guide you. And afterward, I think that can also help you to get where you want.
All right, thank you very much for that. So the first thing is what? Get the skills. You need somebody to also to guide you. And then I also want to chip this in. If for people that are just starting out, there is what we call the AWS Skill Builder. So you can go to AWS Skill Builder also. It's like a learning platform where you can get hands-on skills and then to be able to learn more about the AWS environment. All right, so my next question is going to be for Anne. As a student now, few years or some years now, you are leaving school. What are the things that you think private organizations or private entities can actually do to support professional enthusiasts, let's say cloud computing enthusiasts? You might be surprised we might have CEOs, CIOs like in our midst. What are the things that you think that they can do? I mean, speaking from the student's perspective now, what are the expectations that you have in mind that, oh, these people should be able to do this for us to help us?
Okay, thank you for the question. I'm going to say that, okay, you asked the question previously about being a student and afterwards you come out and they're like, I need 4 years of experience. Yeah. So in that kind of situation, let's say you happen to be in your final year right now and you're like, okay, I didn't start learning about AWS cloud computing in my year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4. Now I'm in my final year. Okay, what do I do next? In that kind of situation, to the CEOs, the CIOs here, I would love to
future CEOs too.
And future CEOs too. So I would love to say that if opportunities, no, not if, I would love to say that opportunities for internships should be provided. In such a situation where someone is in his or her final year and does not have all the experience as required by other companies, for your company, at least we can say, okay, you can start with an internship. So intern with us for 6 months, intern with us for 1 year. so that when we go out there to look for the other jobs, at least we can say that I interned here and I've been able to build 1, 2, 3, 4 projects, and this is what I've been able to do. And with that, someone would be able to get at least an entry-level role in the cloud computing space. And another thing I would say is mentorship. I would really like to appreciate Mr. Shei here for the mentorship program he's organizing. Please, let's give him a round of applause. So that's another platform, because mentorship will help you to avoid a lot of loopholes. So if the future CEOs, the present CEOs can as well come up with more mentorship opportunities, it's going to guide a lot of students to navigate their way in the cloud, because I know that sometimes it looks like the cloud is a lot, because you have a lot of parts in the cloud. There are different parts in the cloud, but which one suits you? A mentor will do that. So thank you.
All right, thank you. So the CEOs in the house and the future CEOs, please, you've heard from the horse's mouth. Internship opportunities will really, really help young graduates to be able to learn more hands-on skills. And also, I wanted to say something on what Mr. Shei said earlier. I said, blow your own trumpet. If you have a skill, if you are good at something, if you've done something really well, try as much as possible to push it out there. People are looking for talent, yes, but it also speaks to how you are able to present yourself. It could be as little as sending LinkedIn messages, connecting to prospective employers on LinkedIn, and sending a message to them, I am this, I've been able to do this. I mean, there's like an in-notes message that you can send when you are connecting with someone on LinkedIn. I would like to work as an intern at the organization. Even you can go as far as saying, you don't have to pay me. I'm not saying that you should literally say they don't have to pay you, but I mean, just to be able to get that opportunity. You could go as far as saying, you don't have to pay me. I just want to learn 6 months, 5 months, if it's something that is actually comfortable for you. Do you get? So that's really, really going to go a long way also. All right, so I want to go back to Oni. Are there challenges that you've actually encountered as an AWS club captain, and what do you think, how were you able to manage those challenges?
Okay, thank you. First of all, on that, I would say the organizing of events. Since most students are kind of like, we're currently not in session at the moment, and most of them are kind of like at home and all of that. So organizing event has kind of like been one of those challenges that we've been facing. And the way we've kind of like been going around that currently is more of like organizing virtual events at the moment. And that's what's like the work around that for now. And when student comes around, later on this year, we're already making plans for organizing more physical events as well. And those are the things that I'm working on at the moment as regards that.
All right, thank you very much. So your last question, Paul, just in 1 minute, what final words do you have for intending club captains? People, students that are here that wants to become just someone like you also.
Okay, my final words would be that definitely should take all the points that we have raised here. I think I was asked the question earlier. Take all the points, join a community, an AWS community, any AWS community, because when the opportunities come, they are usually firstly posted in communities. So because I know being an AWS Cloud Club captain, I think is an active recruitment. So I think it's year in, year out. So go around, look for check out for opportunities. I think if you can check out for opportunities and apply, and definitely make sure you engage. Definitely, you can come and meet me, meet Emmanuel, meet any of the other captains to know more about things that you'd be required of you. Also, engage with available AWS technologies, build your portfolio basically, because one of the things they would ask you during the application process, you're supposed to upload a video and a slide where you're talking about a particular AWS technology that you have an interest in, and definitely your technical skills will be needed there. And also be a community person, be someone who likes to engage in communities, be forward thinking, look for ways, collaborations, networking. Networking is very, very important. Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Emmanuel. Thank you, Shei. Thank you, Han, for joining us. Thank you very much, everyone, for listening. We really appreciate your audience. Thank you. Pictures, okay, yes.
Please, can we have a photographer? Thank you, our panelists, for enlightening us, the undergraduates now, on the impact of campus communities and post-campus career. Please, can we put our hands together for them one last time? Thank you. So, the highlight of this event is still coming. We still have one brand new laptop for one person to take home. So if you are that lucky person, you should still be here. All right, so to proceed with this event, we have our next session. Now, this is one very important part of the entirety of this event, and it's talking about, the actual security. Like, this is the security edition. It's talking about the actual security, and to do this for us, we have Precious Oku. Precious boasts over you can put your hands together, please, thank you. He boasts over a decade of hands-on experience as a seasoned cloud engineer, excelling in cutting-edge SaaS business app development with 13 multi-cloud certifications. He's proven his prowess across diverse platforms. Holding a computer science degree, Precious is also dedicated to nurturing the next generation of African cloud engineers via his initiative, Fulcrum 6. Beyond work, he enjoys tinkering with PI boards and innovating cloud-based products. He finds tranquility in nature walks. Ambitious, he aims for a PhD in distributed computing. That's something you should be aiming for too. Envisioning a future with robotic home assistants, driven by his passion for tech progress. And in this session, he's going to be talking about implementing zero trust architecture on AWS. Without any further ado, please a round of applause for Precious. Precious, you have 17.5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. I feel very honored. Please, can someone help me drag this here because I have my laptop. So I feel very honored to be here today to meet with these amazing people. A lot of people I know here from LinkedIn because I don't reside in Lagos. I traveled all the way from Abuja. I left Lagos for the people who have the power to live in Lagos. So I'm grateful for this honor. All right. Yes. So I want to start by asking if anybody has had any security incident here before. If you've had any security incident when somebody has gotten into one of the production workloads you've deployed and has tampered with something or gotten some data, and the person is already reaching out to you through LinkedIn and saying, you know what, my guy is here. So reaching out to you through LinkedIn and saying, you know what, we want you to pay us X amount of money so that we don't leak this data, or I want you to pay us, you know what, this is line 350,000 of your record. Go and check it and come back to us and tell us how much you're going to pay us not to leak this. And I've had 5 of these incidents my entire career. So I'll start out by talking about myself, right? I'm currently, I don't want to talk about a lot of other things, but I currently lead the platform engineering team at Likon. It's a company based out of Berlin, Germany. And I lead all the platform initiatives, build and deploy so that we can manage and ease deployments for engineers, right? So, and that is what my day-to-day work is. It involves, right, managing these platforms that we use to deploy. So talking about security incident, I want to start out by telling a story. It was supposed to be the last story for this presentation, but I'm going to take it to 75%, then stop there, then we can see what happened at the end. So I had this friend who used to be, it's a company in Lagos. I'm not going to divulge it. Of course, I have his permission to tell this story without diverging personal details. Now, the company the guy used to work for a networking company, right? He had some tech experience, and he came into Nigeria and started a company and reached out to me and said, you know what? I want you to set up the platform. I want you to build out everything that is required before we get engineers in, because he understands how these things work. It's usually a mess when you start out and build platforms while engineers are there. So we had to set up everything, build privileges, the management and governance policies for the application, and I handed off everything to him, the account, and he eventually went on to delete me from the account, right? So we hired some of the DevOps engineers and software engineers that worked there. Then 6 months later, he reached out to me. He told me that, Precious, you did an estimate and said we're going to be spending X amount of money on our cloud bill. I said yes. And the estimate I did wasn't even as much, was way beyond the traffic I envisaged him to use when he launches the application. I said, yes, I'm very comfortable and I'm confident on the cloud bill I did. He said, okay, but because we've been hitting 500 to 1,000, it's a really small startup with about maybe 10, 15 engineers then, but really we are hitting about $500 to $1,000. Not that that is a lot, but we just want to know, is it that our traffic is growing and we are not seeing it translate to real metrics on the business side and income? I said, okay, let me take a look. I went to CloudTrail. I picked up a few things because I knew what to look for. And I realized that one of the engineers, the DevOps engineer who was supposed to be the lead, was provisioning infrastructure. So he was learning Kubernetes and provisioning infrastructure, right? They were running into hundreds of dollars for some reason. And I need to put that into perspective here because I have a lot of people who are intending to become cloud engineers who are cloud engineers. It's a very selfish thing to do, right? Somebody pays you and you go on to go that route, and knowing that it's a very small startup. So I reached out to the manager, the owner of the company, the CEO, and told him that this is what is happening. Out of the fit of anger, he called the engineer and said, why are you doing this, right? And whatever conversation that might have transpired, right? I'm going to take your previous month's salary. I'm not going to pay you because it was just early the month. They were just trying to pay. I'm going to take your previous month's salary and I'm going to substitute it for that cloud bill, and I'm terminating your offer, which is very normal, even though there are better ways to handle it, right? But it's very normal for somebody to get angry if you're going behind me to do something like that. Two wrongs don't make a right. The guy logged into the console, deleted a couple of EC2 instances, went to RDS, and tried deleting the database. Now, let's stop here. I'll tell you what happened. You get? I'll tell you what happened at the end of this speech. So today we'll be talking about something very interesting, and that is implementing zero trust architectures. You would liken zero trust architectures to living in the same house, and that is one of the perfect definitions I've found for zero trust architectures. You know, you live in a house with a lot of siblings, and everybody locks their door. Yes, I know you. You are my brother. You are my sister. But if I'm coming downstairs to have dinner, if I'm coming downstairs to have lunch, if I wake up in the morning and I have to leave my room, I'm going to lock my room. Because you know what? I don't trust you not to go in and take my new pair of sneakers and say, you know, I want to go to party with it. Or I want to just, you know, I was just checking it out, right? So anywhere I'm going to lock my door till I come back. So if you need something, you have to come when I am in the room so that I can ascertain that you have the right to take what you need or what I'm giving to you. So zero trust architecture speaks to something very simple. I know you, but I don't trust you. So for everything you have to do, I have to validate that you have the authority to do that. Now, zero trust architecture basically leverages on never trust, always verify, right? Around your data, around your networks, around your critical assets and resources, zero trust architecture makes sure that nobody gets access to it, even though you're in the same environment, even though these resources are in the same AWS environment. I don't give you access to my resources until you are, until I have that guarantee and I'm very sure that you have the right to access this resource. Now, we are going to look at challenges pre-zero trust architecture. You know, if you look at what we used to do before zero trust architecture, because before ZTA became a thing, right? We would just create, it was really perimeter-based security, which means that people would usually just create security groups and say, you know what, I want just X, Y, Z instances to be able to access my database. I just want to create security groups and give it to everybody, every instance, attach it to every instance on my application. It is just the instances that have these security groups. They are the ones that can access my database, right? And when we do this within our environment, it means that anything that has access to that security group or anything that is attached to that security group means that there's that implicit trust that it means that as far as this thing is in my environment, it's not going to harm me. So there was that implicit trust of resources that were within the network. As far as this resource is granted access to my network, it means that it can do anything it wants, right? I know you and I trust you, which is not supposed to be so, right? Now, and because this thing is in your network, it can perform different things. It can go on to perform a lot of malicious acts because you're not monitoring within your AWS environment. You're just usually monitoring outside your AWS environment to know who tried to access your application using a wrong IP or IPs from China, right? You are not monitoring within your environment. You're not asking who is accessing my database. Are the people who are supposed to be accessing my database? The engineers, to put it into perspective, we have 4 engineers. 2 of those engineers are front-end engineers, but then you've gone ahead to give them the role to access RDS and EC2 instances, right? Because one of those days they just said, I wanted to see this data, and you just said, okay, you know what, I'm giving you an EC2 instance all security policy. I'm granting you all that policy to be able to do anything, right? So, which means that you're not even monitoring them. They are within your environment, they're your engineers, they work within your environment, and it means that anything they do has to be, you don't think they are going to have a malicious intent. So we're going to look at 2 architectures. I just have about 4 architectures to look at, right? Please, the next slide. Where's the clicker? Now, if you look at this architecture, you're going to see that there are 2 instances there. One is this payment service, one is the authentication service. And classically, what we would do is that, I've seen people do it a lot in their organizations, and people are still running with such kind of architectures. They create one security group and they attach it to instances. And they tell other engineers, when you deploy this application, I want you to attach these security groups to any instance so that it automatically has access to the database, right? And this is poorly architected. It is wrong. You don't do that, right? Now, which means that every engineer that creates an EC2 instance just automatically attaches that security group. Whether that EC2 instance requires access to the database or not is just some de facto rule the DevOps engineer has created because he's too lazy or he doesn't want to take responsibility of what he's supposed to do. For every instance that creates, is either you're creating different domains for your application, or for every instance you create, you need to attach a security group. Although this is not necessarily an ideal architecture. This is just for example purposes, right? Now you can see that the architecture on the right is what gives you ideally what should happen, right? I want to only allow instances that need access to this database. I don't want to think about the future. I don't want to assume that this instance is going to require access to the database. When that time comes, it's going to happen. We're going to give you access to the database. But till then, we would only allow instances that require access to the database, Now, I will show you some of the things that can happen, right, and some of the things I've experienced in my career. Now, if you look at, please, it will be handy. Okay, this is it here. All right, beautiful. So, if you look at this architecture, right, there are 3 hotspots. The first hotspot is, remember our previous architecture where you had somebody attach the same security group to this instance. So it means payment service allows traffic from the payment service to the database. It allows auth service from the payments from the instance to the database, right? Now there are 2 things that can go wrong here. Let's assume, and this happens a lot, you built that application with Node.js, right? And that application has a malicious package in it. And what this package does is that it just scans for it just leverages on a porous policy or a porous role attached to the instance, and it's able to make access to the database. So most people who just come and just do admin roles and attach it to the instance because you're tired of adding policies upon policies upon policies. What you just do, you know what, I just want to grant admin role, and you just give it to the engineer. This is what is going to happen. Now, if you look at this instance, right, this auth service has a JavaScript package running in the application, right? What it does is that it leverages on the admin role attached to the instance to create an access key, right? It creates an access key. Now, it downloads data, it pulls data from the database, and it uploads it to the malicious actor, right? And those things, I've seen it happen. These are not stories I've heard, right? So that's why when you're a software engineer here, and most software engineers don't take it seriously, right? When you tell them that there's a package, there's a vulnerability in one of their Node.js packages, especially for Node.js, right? You need to patch it up, you need to fix it, right? Most people don't take it for granted, but this is what can happen. Because you've been lazy to attach the proper roles and permissions to your instance, it can leverage on that, create an access key that just basically just queries the database, that database, and downloads and uploads your data to the malicious actor who has designed or who has injected that code into that package. And to mitigate this, you need to make sure that you are also taking charge of, as a software engineer, as a DevOps engineer, as a platform engineer, you're taking charge and noting when you build your application, when you build and deploy, you're taking charge of these vulnerabilities, and you're standing and saying, no, it won't happen. And we'll get to that in a bit, right? Now, we are going to go ahead and talk about how do I make my architectures zero trust ready, right? We are talking about zero trust architectures. What makes up zero trust architecture? Is it some fancy, is there a set of things or tools I need to implement to make my architecture zero trust? No. All these things are inside AWS. It's just knowing how to use them. All these services are available inside AWS. It's just knowing how to use them, how to leverage on them to build your zero trust architecture. And we've already established that zero trust architecture is not an absence of security. It's just it's not an absence of access, right? It just means that you need to verify who requires access before you give them access. And we're going to start out by looking at some of the tools we can use to implement zero trust architectures. The first thing is the AWS Identity and Access Management, right? So in this principle, right, we need to make sure that we implement least security policies. And I'll take a break here and I'll tell you a story, right? Now, when you build applications, I want to and secure them as DevOps and cloud engineers, right? I want you to know that the people who you build this application for, the people who work in the organizations with you, right? The people who are your colleagues in the office, their lives, their livelihoods, right? Their source of income, their children's school fees depends on what you do wrong or do right. We are talking about security here. We are not talking about scale. We are not talking about downtimes, right? We are talking about the fact that one single incident, one single security incident can mess up a company, and you can lay off hundreds of people out of their job. That is why I take security very important. I don't joke with it, because I know I don't just build because this is another task to close. I don't just build because this is another, it's just I come to work, I close work. I just want to know that I've ticked something, I've moved some tickets in my Jira board. I look at the faces of people I work with, right, and I know that I am the one standing in gap. Because, I mean, if your application is slow, it's pardonable, right? If your application is not responding, it's pardonable. But if you leak my secrets, if you leak my address, my phone number, my personal health data or something, it's unforgivable, right? I'm trusting you with my data. I'm trusting with my card details. I don't want to wake up tomorrow and I hear that, you've had a security incident and these things are out there in the public. I probably would never use your product, and it will go ahead and crumble that company. So as you build as engineers, I want you to bear this in mind. As we go down these principles, I want you to know that these principles I'm outlining here, they are not necessarily principles that you don't know. They are not necessarily services that you've not seen before. They are services you've probably seen before and probably don't know the use for them, or you've probably seen them before and you don't think that they are that important. I mean, if I can add a security group, if I can add a WAF, right, then I probably have done the best I can. But probably not, you've not done the best you can. So the next, we are talking about AWS identity and access management. Now, when engineers join your organizations and when you work with software engineers, right, and when you work with software applications, you need to make sure that every role, every policy you build and grant these applications and engineers are least privileges, right? You need to make sure that it's not just you should never ever grant anybody admin access to a particular service. So you know that EC2 star you do and say, I want to grant you everything on EC2 because I don't want to be coming back and adding more policy. It's wrong and absolutely unprofessional, right? Stop it, because sometime in the future, and you know, you can't know any man's intent in his heart, right? The day management might decide to let him go, they won't tell you who is the software, the DevOps engineer, right? They won't tell you, and then he has a lot of permissions to do very wrong things. So you might not know when these things happen. So you need to understand what your role is. Because, you know, as organizations are moving to the cloud, right? Sorry, I need to add some more context to it. As organizations are moving to the cloud, right? It's not just about moving to the cloud. Now, nothing stands in the gap. If we're running a data center in a bank, right, it's going to be difficult for somebody to walk into that data center and pull out a hard drive rack, right? Now, but organizations are working in the cloud. The person you're working in, you probably have not seen the person before, right? You've just given the person a permission and role. You probably have not met him before. So you can go on there, and it's very difficult to monitor what people are doing, especially when there's no zero trust architecture implemented. So I want you to have these things in mind as we go on to look at these principles. So identity and access management, we've talked about these principles. Secondly is that you need to use temporary credentials, right? Temporary credentials, you're too fast. Was I? Okay. Yeah, you need to use temporary credentials, right? Which means that don't give your users access, an OIDC, right? Don't give your GitHub, you know, when you set up CI/CD pipelines, don't create access keys and secret keys and give it to your engineers and say, or add them to your GitHub secrets and say, let's use this to build our images and deploy them. Do you know why? You can actually use that permission, that porous permission on GitHub to write a script, because that role on GitHub has an admin permission, right? It can actually be used to do a lot of things. You can even use it to generate an access key, right, for yourself and return it, right? So you should never use access key and secret keys to set up permissions that are critical, permissions that you are not in control of, right? Now, the preferred way to do that is to use OIDC, Open ID, right, to do that and set up credentials for GitHub, for some of those pipelines and some of the logins. Now, you need to make sure that engineers in your organizations enable multi-factor authentication. And there are two main places where you need multi-factor authentication. You need multi-factor authentication in being able to delete assets on S3 and being able to log into your application, right? Because sometimes it's not just the engineers who are malicious, right? Or somebody who wants to do something wrong. It might just be social engineering. Somebody has been socially engineered to release some of his credentials. I have a friend here who, he's here in this event. We once had an incident where he got a job interview. They interviewed him. And because of that excitement that a foreign company is interviewing you, they are going to pay you dollars. They say, you know what? We want you to submit your AWS credentials to us. He submitted his AWS credentials to us. He's looking at me now and he's laughing. He submitted his AWS credentials to them, right? They went on there, set up instances, and we're using it to mine Bitcoin. Luckily for him, he doesn't have $10,000 in his account, so nothing was deducted, right? And he was so scared because he was thinking that probably that EFCC is going to come for him or something like that. But it's wrong. You don't do that, right? Because sometimes if your engineer is socially engineered and there is no multi-factor authentication in your account, right, it's going to open a wide array of security incidents happening in your organizations. Now, the next thing we're going to talk about security information and events. We talked about trying to she's here. Should I continue or should I stop? Are you enjoying this lecture or not? All right, please, I just need to, sorry about that. So security information and events. You see, when these malicious activities start happening in your organizations and you don't have security information and events, which is one core principle of ZTA, then you lose out on the metrics. I don't know which data. Now, how do you even tell that an engineer has not gone into your database and downloaded all the data in your database, just done a dump, right? A MySQL dump and dumped the database. How do you even know if you've not implemented ZTA? Right? How do you know if you don't implement some of these monitoring CloudTrail logs, looking at somebody who has provisioned in situ instances that he's not supposed to provision? How do you know that these people are not going to places where you don't want them to go? So there are 3 services you need to use for this. First of all, you need to use AWS CloudTrail logs. CloudTrail helps you know who is provisioning what, S3 buckets, EC2 instances, SageMaker, provisioning SageMaker when he doesn't even have any business using SageMaker, right? Now, if you're running a multi-account strategy for your organization, right, you probably need to use AWS Control Tower, right? Don't just provision these accounts individually. Then most importantly is that S3 access logs, right? So that you know who is accessing your S3 and looking at customer data when they don't have the permission to look at customer data. Now the next principle for ZTA is micro-segmentation, right? It's not just enough to set up security groups, right? And it's a poor architecture and it's a very porous architecture. What you run in your organization is just one VPC, right? We run one VPC and every other thing is in that VPC. We use security groups to secure them, right? So you don't just protect on the security group level, you protect on VPC level, where you run different environments, staging environment, dev environment, test environment, production environment uses a different VPC, right? So what you end up doing is just peering them and just peer VPCs that need access to each other. Don't just peer any VPC or use a transit gateway to just connect everything. It's also a security issue if you do that. It's going to expose your application to unwanted people trying to, if there's an event in staging, if there's maybe somebody performing a nefarious act, the person can possibly reach your production VPC if it is not granted access based on usage. Now, the next thing is going to be, please, can you help me? Network segmentation. We've talked about that. I just have to bundle both of them, right? Separate VPCs for separate environments, implement peering for only VPCs that need to communicate between each other. So the next, automation and orchestration, right? Because when we do manual actions, there's usually an issue because they are usually bound to have mistakes, right? I have a zero policy for manual deployments, zero policy for manual orchestrations and setups in the organization, in any organization I work with. Why? Because even I forget when I do things manually. So try to automate, always automate, right? Now let's go on, and most importantly, if you're running a containerized environment, right, scan your Docker images. These services are free on, they are almost free, and the price is negligible on ECR. Scan your Docker service and make sure that you don't just deploy them like that. Now the next bit is threat detection, right? Now this threat detection is one of the most important aspects of this, right? Because at the edge, some of these tools are very important. It's very important for you to use some of these tools, right? Because sometimes the external amount of malicious actions you use, sometimes they spoof your IPs, they spoof your data, and sometimes you don't even know. You're not able to completely tell without these intelligent tools, Detective, CloudWatch, Cloud Duty. You're not even completely able to tell if this is real human or bot traffic, right? So I don't have time, but I would have told you a lot of stories around this. Now, most importantly is data protection, right? For all the items you put on S3, encrypt them. And when you encrypt them with a key, right? So it means that if any data that is uploaded to S3 and encrypted with a key, right? It means that I can't just go and decrypt it. You have to have that key attached to your profile to be able to decrypt that data, right? That is why you need to encrypt your data in S3 with a KMS key, right? And most importantly, use Macy, right? It's important to use Macy to identify the critical and important data to people, like personal identifiable data of people, right? Now, the last thing we are going to talk about, right? And is, so we are going to explore, you can't leave an organization, a talk like this without looking at some of the important things. This is a well-architected diagram, right? An architecture, but it is not zero trust, right? And I've used a score to identify some of the points where there are issues, where there are vulnerabilities and people can access from. So I'll look at, so this is a ZTA architecture. And what we've done here is that if you look at 1, 2, 3, 4, right? We have 2 tools because these are S3 buckets. You will see that we've implemented some of these tools here to make sure that this is a well-architected and a zero trust architected architecture, right? So I will not have time to delve into this and see what has happened, but the most important thing and the last bit of what I want to talk about is what happened at 4, and that was when I started my story. Now, if you look at 4, there is something here. It's IAM. It's IAM that is the bit of the resource there, right? The AWS resource there is identity and access management. Now, most of you might not have heard that you implement some of these things there, right? But this was from an experience in a previous company where something similar happened, and I learned, and I swore never to make this kind of mistake again, even though the other one in the other company was not fatal. It wasn't really an issue. Now, do you know what happened when this guy went to go and delete that database? Because data is the most important thing in your organization. It's not your it's not your EC2 instances. Those ones can be restarted. When you lose your data, and you might not, you will definitely have backups, right? But when you lose your data, right, it might be at that point you're losing it is the point where your most important customer is signing up. That person who is going to give you that volume of traffic in transactions that you need, right? When you lose that data, how do you reach out to that person and say, reprovision your EC2, reprovision your account, log in and set up your account again? You probably cannot do that. It's just a mess. You've just created a mess. So when I provisioned that account, when I discussed with the CEO, I removed the access to delete database, right? And that was what saved us. Immediately he sent, and I have such alerts for such critical events. Immediately he tried deleting that database. CloudTrail sent us a notification and told us that somebody attempted deleting our database. And the guy walked in, just logged in and deleted his access, his AWS account and all. And that was what saved us, right? Imagine what would have happened if that did not happen. So as I leave you today, right, very short speech, I didn't have time to say as much as I wanted. I want you to understand that don't just build professionally, build with empathy. Know that people's lives and people's jobs and people's families depend on the security of the architectures you implement, right? So on that note, I want you to repeat after me. Never trust, always verify. Let's go.
Never trust, always verify.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Precious. Please put your hands together for him. Precious, I forgive you. Fantastic. I mean, that was very insightful, I must tell you. And this is my opportunity to say that I wasn't in the cloud space. Like, I'm not in the cloud space. Like Expo, I'm not in the cloud space. However, I thoroughly enjoyed that session. Well done again, Precious. Please put your hands together for him. So I would not, I know that we're trying to work with time here. I'm not going to deprive us of the opportunity to ask questions. It's just that we have to come to a common ground. And with that, we can only take one question. One question. What's happening? I'm sorry, I can't take you. You asked the question the previous time. So I'm going to take one question from the audience. And I see you, the man in the black shirt. Please come, real quick. Like, run up here. Thanks. Oh yeah, she's nice. So go ahead. Yeah, please. Where's Precious?
Okay.
Please come. Go ahead.
Okay,
go ahead, please.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Atsoye Nemeka. I'm a solution architect associate. So one of the good evening, Mr. Precious. I've been following for almost a year now on LinkedIn. So one of the questions I want to ask is that basically, one of the questions on our mind is that going into tech, with all this open source AI that is happening everywhere now, is your job safe? Like it's going to be taken over by ChatGPTs and all this AI that is. open. I know it's because I want to ask because
Beautiful question.
exactly
Okay.
because everything now is open source. Can you basically search on that with how to deploy something? It will just tell you everything. Like, is your job safe in the future? Is it going to be
Yes,
taken
yes.
by all this
Let me
AI
just
and
answer
everything?
it because of time, right? I think I get where you're going to. So my job is perfectly safe, right? AI is an enabler, right, for tech, right? For tech roles, and there are things that AI has come to replace forever, right? But for my job, AI is an enabler. I probably couldn't go a day these days without using ChatGPT, right? ChatGPT is not able to set up ZTA and not make mistakes, right? Because it's still in the very early phases. I'm looking forward to the day where it will set up a ZTA for different scenarios of companies and applications and deliver it perfectly. But I see it as an enabler. I don't see it as a replacement. Thank you.
Thank you, Precious. So, Precious, 2023, tech is an enabler.
Yes.
AI is an enabler. Thank you very much. So you can connect with, he already knows Precious. So you can connect with Precious across his social media platforms. You can just talk to the registration team. They will definitely give you his social media handles. All right, so to take us further in this session, we have our final speaker for today in person of Juliana Amune. Juliana is she's going to be talking about moving with the cloud as a professional. Moving with the cloud, like the cloud, not the cloud. Like moving with the cloud as a professional, innovating the future now. Juliana interfaces with cloud OEMs in Europe, the Middle East, and Africa for her organization, including AWS. She's also an author who has written some books that focuses on African women and children. She's passionate about the women folk and then children. And her book, Ramla, has been featured in one of the Nigerian's foremost newspapers, Business Day, to mark the 2021 Children's Day celebration. And she's here, again, she's going to be talking to us about moving with the cloud as a professional. With all rounds of applause, please put together and welcome Juliana. Juliana, please come up stage. Thank you. Juliana, please, you have 15 minutes. Thanks. Oh, by the way, we still have our laptop. Our laptop is still up for grab, and that's happening right after this session. Here you go.
Hi, everyone. Okay, just hold on. Okay, yeah. Okay, good evening, everyone. It's a privilege to be here. My name is Juliana Amune, like she mentioned, and I'll be speaking on moving with the cloud as a professional, innovating the future now. So before I start, I want to say thank you to all of the community that has put this together. It's a privilege to be here, and I want to say thank you. It's a big one. I've not seen it like this before, and I've not been in any as big as this before. So thank you so much. So Blessing was saying something when she came here for the panel section, and she said that she wrote a CP, and somebody asked her, what is the cloud? And cloud is just somewhere. So a few years ago, when I saw a South African woman, and I saw a sponsored ad on Instagram, and she was talking about cloud. And I was like, how can somebody be talking about cloud when she is not in heaven? And here I am today talking about cloud, and I'm not in heaven. So it's a privilege. Thank you so much. So for us, for me here, the cloud, it's because I work with a lot of cloud platforms. The cloud here, it's not just basically AWS. Thank you, Precious, for a very good time. I really learned a lot, and I'm still testing my hands in AWS. So the cloud here is talking about all of the cloud platforms, whatever you can think of the cloud. Yes, we are here today for AWS, yes, but we have other cloud platforms, and I am privileged to work with a lot of them. So as a professional, what how do you bring in the cloud into that which you do on a day-to-day, like a day-to-day activity? What are those things that you're supposed to do? You might necessarily not be working with AWS, but probably you're a teacher, you're a lawyer, you're a real estate agent. How do we innovate with the cloud? I read a book recently, it said Moving with the Cheese, and I saw the changes and all of those things. So that's what inspired the topic I rolled out. You want to say that the future is now. Like people will say, oh, COVID has changed a lot of things. The future is now. So it's no longer 2050 or thereabout. It is now. And the earlier we begin to move with the cloud, the better for us. So I'm going to start with my fourth slide. Yeah, thank you. So the first way to innovate with the cloud is creativity. You have to be a creative person. You have to look for a way to twerk your work. You have to look for a way to bring creativity into what you do. It might be at little. It might be like, oh, I know what the word creativity is. But the truth is, how do you, even if you are like, I write content a lot, even if you're a content writer, how do you bring creativity and show to your boss or to your superior that I can do something like this and I can bring massive things out of my work in that which I do every day? And that creativity is you bringing a bit of the cloud into what you do. I understand that there are a lot of us that are here that are working with AWS and all of that, but there are some of us that are not working directly, fully in AWS. So what do we do? How do we innovate? How do we build our profession using the cloud? One way is, like I've mentioned, creativity. I said that every great things begin with an idea, and that idea is a creative idea. It is the foundation. Creativity is the foundation of everything great. I remember like a few weeks ago, we were having a meeting with, I've never thought of this. We were having a meeting with one of our clients in South Africa, and he was trying to share his screen, and I saw that all of his documents, all were in the cloud. I've never been in that space. We have company laptops, and I still have some of my stuff on my laptop. So I said, I made up my mind that I was going to move all, as much as it has to do with my organization, I'm going to move it into the cloud, and I've started doing that. So I see that as little as it is, I see that, wow, this is creativity. So I don't have to go with my laptop everywhere. Whatever it is, I will just get my phone and share the documents of the organization anytime, wherever I am, and all of those things. So how do you bring in creativity into what you do? I wrote something here. I said creativity is merely putting a plus name for regular activity. Any activity becomes creative when the doer cares about doing it right or doing it better. So whether you like it or not, the cloud is the new normal, and it is here. And you have to be creative with the cloud to bring about great things, to bring about innovation in that space where you work. The second way to innovate the future now is to upskill. So I said it's upskill with cost efficiency. Here I'm going to talk about AWS a bit. So you want to train, you want to level up. Let me say that maybe you're a consultant, you want to train, you want to learn, you want to be educated in your field, in your particular field, and you want to bring the cloud into it. Then one thing I said, please, the next slide, please. I said something about this cost efficiency. Yeah, I said most cloud platforms operate on a pay-as-you-go basis, on a pay-as-you-go subscription. There are some cloud platforms that you may just have to work, like you don't have to pay anything. Of course, we have something like that on AWS, the free tier and all of those things. Though there are some free tier, you have to still pay something little. But you can upskill and try to explore the cloud. You know, there are some cloud platforms that you want to use, and it's giving you like this is a basic. So when you want to access some other services, thank you. So when you want to access some other services, they're not saying, oh, it's the premium, you have to pay for it. But the truth is you can upskill in whatever you are doing by using the cloud to do massive things. The interesting thing is that the cloud is here and we have to roll with it. The next thing I'm going to be watching, the next thing I talk about how to innovate the cloud, it's network. A lot of things, the community talked about network, collaborate. So you can use the cloud, of course, I believe that a lot of us know this, for communication. You can, the first thing I do when I'm asked to lead a team, no matter how small it is in my organization, the first thing I do is get a communication tool. They say, oh, let's create a WhatsApp group. Yes, I understand that. But there is something more. There is a database that we want to keep. There is something we want to do that I want to believe that WhatsApp, but after we've closed the group or something, it's gone. So another way to innovate the future is to network. You want to network with mentors in your field. You want to network with innovators. There's somebody mentioned something. If you want to go fast, you go alone. But if you want to go far, you go with others. So Liverpool will say never walk alone. I so much love that so much that it helps me to connect and all of those things. So one way to innovate the future, one way to innovate that future now that we have is to collaborate. And the cloud has done a lot, much more than we could imagine. There's this cloud platform. We don't use AWS in my organization, but there's this cloud platform we use. And I went in to check what this platform contains. And we've done enough, but we've barely scratched the surface. So the cloud, it's one massive place to do a lot of collaboration. And there are a lot of communication tools that you can use, connect, coordinate. Like I said, the first thing I do is to create a group that is in the cloud. So the fourth thing is to educate yourself. I've said something about upskill, new innovations, stay current. I'm going to say a story here. When I joined my organization, my boss was telling me something. He said an accountant, they interviewed him, and it was like a part-time. He's not going to come in every day. And my boss said, okay, you're going to be running the organization's book and all of those things. So he said, okay, it's fine. Then after 3 months, so my boss said, I'm going to get back to you in 3 months and all of that. So after 3 months, he called the man and said, okay, we have chose to follow you and to go with you. And the man came, I was like, I don't know why he mentioned the cloud service he was using. And he said, oh, I'm going to be using this thing. It's a very good cloud service, blah, 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 blah. And my boss was like, when I interviewed you 3 months ago, we have been using these cloud services. So you want to stay current in your field, no matter what it is you do. You want to stay current. You want to educate yourself. Macintosh, yeah, I think he's the one. He came here and talked about. If you're not, probably you've not gotten a certification in AWS. You want to educate yourself. You want to get an education in the cloud. It doesn't hurt to just, okay, let me just get a certification in CP, like cloud practitioner, which is the basic, so that I would at least know some things that are basic in the cloud. You want to stay current in your organization. And last week Sunday, my husband was telling me, he said, I'm trying to read it. He said, Amazon maintains lead in the cloud market. I said, that's not news. He said, what do you mean? I said, they've always been like at the top. But it was actually a news story as at 2 weeks ago. I was like, but for me, that's not new. So you want to know all that is happening in your environment, in your field, in your organization, in your field, in your profession. Then Precious said a lot about this security. You want to employ cloud security best practices. You want to know about IAM. You want to know about shared responsibility of the cloud which you're going to use, so that you don't. Recently, my environment in my organization was attacked. So everybody was warning. I said, relax. We're going to use a particular cloud form to do this. And my line manager said, I spoke to one of their representatives, and he said that if you're going to do this and do this, we're going to pay much more than what we've paid. I said, don't worry. For you to be able to launch a particular service, you're going to know how much it is. She said, how do you know? I said, don't worry. And we're able to undo that. So you want to know the multi-factor authenticator. You don't just want to run on the cloud you're going to be using I'm talking about for your personal, probably if you're not working in AWS or you're not working with AWS. You want to know some of the multi-factor authenticator, encryption of data, and all of those things. So it's important that you know the best security practices. Okay, I'm warning because I was given just 15 minutes. And lastly, you want to evolve with AI. Somebody was asking a question and he said, is AI going to take my job? I'm an author, and I have written quite a number of books. And when I was writing those books, I was suffering, I was struggling. But with the emergence of AI, life is sweet, life is good. You don't want to remain in the same space and say, oh, this is how we do things in this place. This is how we teach our students. This is how we do things. This is how we do our marketing. No, evolve. It is now. The future is now. The cloud has come to stay. Just like remote work have come to stay. COVID has changed a lot of things. The cloud have come to stay. So you have to evolve, you know. 2 weeks ago, a friend of mine, not my friend, my colleague, she's not my friend. So she called me and said, the MD asked me to get the contacts of two people in Unilever, one in South Africa and one in the UK. I said, okay, I'll get back to you in 5 minutes. And I got the names, and she was like, how did you get it? I said, don't worry. So she said, oh, I want their contact. People don't put out their contact on LinkedIn, on Instagram, or on Facebook. But immediately, I had to go sign up on a cloud platform. It's AI. And I got the contact. She was like, I owe you a lot. I do this, I do that. I said, no, it's tech, babe. It's the cloud. It's AI. You can't, you have to evolve. That's just how I can say it. You have to evolve. You have to know what you're doing. You have to know how to include. In fact, I think that the cloud is like the air that we should breathe. So, I don't know if you've been able to get anything, but the truth is we can innovate that future that we are looking at. We can innovate it now by using cloud, massive opportunities that the cloud is giving us. We can do all the massive things we want to do in our work, in our profession, in our day-to-day life using the cloud. So I am Juliana Amune. I've worked with the cloud, and I implore you to come innovate the world with us because the future is now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Juliana.
Yeah.
Just go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to share my story, and it's a very interesting one. Some times ago, I tried to write an exam. Of course, it's in AWS. I'm doing my journey in AWS. So I tried to write an exam, my Solution Architect Associate exam in AWS, and I failed. So, but the interesting thing was that 3 days after I got a job in this organization, someone talked about internship, that you put out your internship there. Last year, I put out internship on LinkedIn. This is what I can do. I can put in 40 hours a week and all of those things. I'm not here to discourage you. But the truth is I didn't get anything from LinkedIn. Few months after, I decided to go Google an organization that uses AWS, and I found my organization and I sent a mail to them. And in the course of that, I was interviewed, and it was during that time I wrote my exam and I failed, and 3 months after I got this job. And I wasn't given a job as an intern. I was given a job as one of their engineers. So why do I want to say this? I want to encourage you. I know that it's a man's world, like we say. A friend of mine was saying she worked in an organization for 10 years as the only female. So I want to encourage females that are here. I'm an author, so I'm going to be sharing, I'm going to be giving out to encourage 3 female here today. I don't know. I don't know. The truth is I've not joined the community, so I'm going to do that.
Oh,
yeah,
nice.
So it's a way to give back the little way I can. I want to encourage you. You might have a temp setback. Yeah, but don't give up. It's interesting. But there's a way you're going to get this book. And It's a 366 days affirmation for women. So I'm going to ask a few questions, and I hope that is not there anymore. Yeah. So if it's not you asking me questions this time, it's me asking them questions. So I'm going to ask, what is the topic of my speech today? Of course, it's going to be for women, so I'm sorry, the male folks.
Yeah, advocate for women. Fastest voice now. Put your hands together for her. Please come up stage. Thank you. Second question, real quick.
Okay, yeah. So the second question is, I mentioned about 6 things. So please, oh no. Yeah, thank you. So I mentioned 6 ways by which you can innovate the future now. And is there anyone who can mention 3 ways to innovate the future now using the cloud?
Any lady.
A lady, please.
Advocate for women. Remember that Dembele mentioned that we don't have enough female
creativity, upskilling, and networking.
Yeah.
Put your hands
Yeah,
together for
thank
her.
you.
Please come up stage. My second winner for today.
Do we have to snap with it?
No, don't go. Just stand beside me. Yeah.
Okay, the last question is, which team organized this event?
Last lady
Which
standing.
community? Yeah, let
Please
me put
come.
it that way.
I cannot hear you. AWS Security User Group. Nope. Nope. What's the answer?
You're in the community, you know your name.
Let's hear from you. Let's hear from the horse's mouth.
It's AWS Security User Group.
She said that. Please come come upstage.
Okay.
Please put your hands together for our winners. Where's our photographer is on cue now. Please come. Please, can you take the book out of the wrapper, yes, so that you can take a picture real quick. Oh, this is really nice. And she said,
yeah,
every day, and I said, here you go. Okay, let's do this real quick because we're running out of time. Media team, I hope you're ready for me. My next video. Thank you. Can I join, please? Thank you. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for them, for my winners. And thank you so much, Juliana. Thank you. We really appreciate you doing this for us. It was an insightful one, and thank you for the perks that came with that. Put your hands together for her again. Thank you. So, to our highlights for this event. No, before we do that highlight, we need to appreciate one of our sponsors again, they made this possible. We've said that over and time again. And to do that, we will just be airing a very short clip, and that Sim IoT would be watching a short clip on what it is they do. Sound, please. Thank you, Sim IoT, for being one of our sponsors for this event. Please put your hands together for Sim IoT. All right, now we're here. Drum rolls, right? Drum rolls. The highlight for the event, we are going to have one lucky person go home, step out of this room today with a brand new laptop. courtesy of the AWS community, the entire event. Please put your hands together for the committee. Thank you. To do that, we're going to have a raffle draw. Interesting, just random, you know. This time around, it's not based on your IQ, right? It's not based on those things, those lambda things that you people know, right? So we're going to spin the wheel, and the lucky number, if you're here, sprint upstage. And if you're not here, sorry, you lost it. The winner has to be in this room. I don't understand. Did I say that you should start? Please, we have to run this again. So, we are going to, we have your database. If you are in this hall today, that means you registered for this event. You registered at the start. Yes, we have your data. So, if I call your name, you run up stage. It's not hard. Okay, so we are going to do this again. You're going to start when I say start. Yeah, interesting. Sound effects, what happened to the sound? Let's build some momentum. So now let's start spinning. Let's spin the wheel. Who is this person? Who is spinning it? Okay, we're going to do this one last time. And this time, you spin when I say you should spin. 3, 2, 1, and spin. Lucky number. Tire on the wheels of steel. Lucky number. My lucky number today is 596. So the 596th person that registered here today is my winner. I don't know the person's name yet. Like I said, the battle is not for the swift, right? It is not for the swift. And my winner for today. This is doing me one kind. The winner for today is Adesho. No, it's not me. No, that's what. My winner for today is no other person. Well, you might not be in this room, so it just might not be you. I'm loving it. My winner for today, the person that would be stepping out of this room with that brand new laptop, is, drum rolls please, drum rolls, you people. This ginger, your ginger is not there. My winner is Christiana Stanley. Please put your hands together for Christiana Stanley. Christiana, if you are not here, let your village people now follow you. Please, where's Christiana? Oh my God! Congratulations! Hi, how do you feel?
Shocked and happy. I don't know.
How do I verify that that's your name? Can I see your ID? Make it quick. No evidence, right? We need evidence. So please, can we have, is Tembile still in the room? Can we have Tembile and Mr. David come up stage to present the laptop? Please, where's that laptop? Let me touch it. Let me touch it. Let me tap anointing. Thank you very much. Is Tembile in the room? Okay, I think Tembile has left. So we would have Sir David and Sir Imo present the laptop to our winner for today. Christiana, how is it taking you so long to find your own identity? You know, let me tell you what she's showing me. Our international passports, like the evidence of all evidences. Please put your hands together for our winner again. And again, to present the award to her, because this is an award, though, and you know, it's Imo and Sir David, please. Do you want to say something on behalf of?
Yeah, no, so congratulations to you for winning the laptop gift.
Okay, congratulations to you, Christina, and we believe you use this to build on AWS.
Well done, well done. Congratulations. Please, can we take pictures? You say what? I'll give you the microphone. You take it home. Thank you very much. Congratulations again, Christiana.
NiJams.com.
All right. Yeah, we've come to the end of the event. However, I'm sure that you all agree with me that this was a power-packed, insightful, you know, they doubled down on everything that has to do with security. It was a power-packed event. And I want to say a big thank you to all of our speakers, the volunteers, the organizers of the AWS Community Day West Africa 2023. It was such an amazing time having this event. And to our winners, all of our winners, those that won the quizzes, the laptop winner, everything, amazing, amazing stuff. To all of our sponsors, we say thank you very much. Until next time, thank you for attending this event. We wish you the very best, and I remain Adeshola Ajibare, your host. Thanks.
NiJams.com.
Electricity, vibe on a different